Mr. Wayne? Yeah, Mr.
ये उनकी हो सकती है। Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Nurul Khuda. Hello, Nurul Khuda. Please unmute your mic. And also, yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Professor Dr. Kemal with us?
Actually, I couldn't reach him at this very moment. I don't know if he's available right now or not.
How are we going to proceed on this?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, so who is going to give his presentation? Is he coming? Should we wait? What should we do? Or should we move on to the next presenter?
I couldn't reach him, but he is well aware of the fact that the presentation would have been in Pakistani time and like.
So maybe if you allow,
maybe he is on his way. I called him again and again and sent him messages, but I don't know if he has seen them or not.
It's okay. Let us start the program, and once he is here online, and maybe we can allocate him an appropriate time, which is mutually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we can start.
Please do.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a pleasant day yesterday, and I think we're going to kick off very shortly, and I'm very sure it will be as productive as it was yesterday. So now, because of the first person is not here yet, so we're going to do the presentations from all the states on the status of water R&D in OIC member states and institutions. I think all of you have 10 to 12 minutes to present your thoughts, and I would like to start with the representative from Indonesia, the counselor at their embassy here in Islamabad, Mr. Ferry J. Murlianisa. Sir.
Pages, I just need to press enter.
Yeah, just. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Or down. Okay.
Otherwise, you can. Yes.
All right. All right. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. My name is Ferry Murliansyah. I'm the head of political division at the Indonesian Embassy in Islamabad. So mainly dealing with political issues, but I'm asked by my colleagues in Jakarta who cannot be present today to represent them. So later on, when you ask me a very difficult questions and I couldn't answer, you know the reason. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia attach great importance of water security. So mainly we focus on 3 areas. The first one is clean water, availability of clean water, water sanitation. The second one is food security and energy security. And then the last one is how to mitigate natural disasters such as floods. And today I'm honored to talk to you about enhancing food security through sustainable water management in Indonesia. Let me try to operate this. All right. So Indonesia is an archipelago of 17,024 islands, covering a total area of 8 million kilometers square, with 1.9 million kilometers square of land. It has one of the world's longest coastline, stretching 81,290 kilometers. And Indonesia, as you can see from the picture, is endowed with abundant water resources, alhamdulillah, with a surface water potentially of approximately 2.7 trillion cubic meters annually. Despite this vast potential, only a fraction is fully utilized, particularly for irrigation purposes. The challenge lies in the effective management and distribution of water to meet the growing needs of agriculture industry and domestic use. As is the case for many countries, Indonesia also faces significant water management challenges. Growing population, old and poorly maintained infrastructure, land use change, and water pollution has exacerbated water availability. Additionally, uneven distribution of rainfall across the Indonesian archipelago, coupled with climate change, resulted in water shortages in some areas, while other areas experience flooding. All these factors have encouraged the government to prioritize water management. Indonesia Vision 2025, we call it Indonesian Goal, going to Indonesian Goal, emphasize the importance of water security. The main steps to attain this vision includes reducing localized water stress, preventing water pollution, especially from agriculture and fisheries, as well as improving water treatment from urban, industrial, and mining activities. In line with SDG 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So food security in Indonesia is heavily dependent on irrigation system. Yesterday, I talked to my colleague, Dr. Abu Bakar, whom to be happened to Indonesia, and he went to Indonesia, I think, 2021 to give a lecture and short course on irrigation. So I think this is very relevant with that. So food security in Indonesia is heavily dependent on irrigation system. The percentage of agriculture and related sectors accounted for 12.61% of GDP of Indonesia in 2024, making it the third biggest contributor for GDP. In addition, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors shares the highest percentage of total workforce with 40.76 million people, or 28.18% in 2024. The main challenge to food security in Indonesia is the increasing pressure on arable land and water resources due to the population growth, urbanizations, and climate change. Noting Indonesia's population is projected to grow by 21.6% by 2044, reaching around 320 million people. The demand for food, especially rice, will significantly rise. Furthermore, many of the country's major irrigation schemes built in 1960s and 1970s are deteriorating. Despite efforts in irrigation development and maintenance, as well as increased rice production 2015 to 2019, there remains a significant gap in meeting national rice demands, projected to be around 11.2 million tons by 2044. To address this challenge, it is essential to develop 1.5 million hectares of new irrigation areas, or around 300,000 hectares every 5 years, and rehabilitate 15 million hectares of existing irrigation system by 2044, or around 3 million hectares every 5 years. Therefore, enhancing rice production through the rehabilitation and upgrading the irrigation infrastructure has become one of Indonesia's most urgent policies. To address food security, Indonesia has implemented a range of strategies focusing on improving agricultural productivity and ensuring sustainable water use. This includes constructing dams, developing irrigation systems, improving existing irrigation system to promote water-saving technologies, and enhancing farming practices that is more resilient to climate change. In the period of 2015 to 2023, the government of Indonesia, through Ministry of Public Works, constructed around 53 dams, new dams, developed around 238,000 hectares of new irrigation system, and rehabilitated around 1.5 million hectares of existing irrigation between 2020 and 2024. The rehabilitation project aims at restoring the service level of the irrigation network, with one key indicator of success being an increase in the cropping index. So
To help achieve food security goals, collaboration has been formed with relevant international organizations. This is just examples. So we do collaborate and cooperate with the World Bank, JICA, ADB in the implementation of irrigation rehabilitation and modernization project. Overall, these projects expect to rehabilitate and modernize close to 3,500 hectares of irrigation areas. So what have we done in the area of water security? Indonesia has been very active in water security global agenda. Last year, we hosted the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, and then the forum attended by representatives of more around 100 countries. And the forum adopted several concrete outcomes. The first one is submission of draft resolution of World Lake Day at the UN General Assembly. The resolution, which was adopted last year, 12 December 2024, called the designating August 27 as a World Lake Day. So I think it's also important for me to encourage everyone to also start marking your calendar 27 of August as a World Lake Day. It also called on relevant stakeholders to join in activities aimed at educating and raising awareness of the importance of preserving, conserving, restoring, and sustainably managing lake and ecosystem. The second one, boosting wide participation of non-state actors such as NGOs, private sectors, and the youth. Number three, provoking the involvement of new and innovative technologies to help ease water challenges. Number four, a compendium document. I think this is the first time document in the World Water Forum, containing lists of water and sanitation projects totaling approximately around $9.4 billion. These projects are commitments from many countries, including from OIC member countries, international organizations, private sectors, and NGOs, such as Algeria, Egypt, Indonesia, Morocco, Uganda, and UAE. The project will also be implemented in respective countries' territories. His Excellency Retno Marsudi, our former Minister for Foreign Affairs, is now UN Special Envoy on Water. She will work toward galvanizing partnership and concerted efforts to advance the water agenda, as well as help realizing a water secure future for all. In closing, Indonesia stands ready to work together to realize water security in OIC member states. Thank you.
Anybody who want to ask questions, they can ask now.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we have the representative from Morocco here. And I'll just go find her biography, excuse me, because His Excellency the Ambassador is also here. Of course, I'm terribly sorry. If questions, please, I'm so sorry. So I can't do that. Your Excellency, with your permission. Now we have the delegate from Morocco, Ms. Rashida.
Yes.
And she is a chief engineer, the PhD in hydrology with 20 years experience in water resource management. And she's working as the Director of Water Research and Planning in Rabat. Ms. Rashida, please.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum. The first, Your Excellency, the Ambassador to our Republic of the Morocco, Si Mohammed Kalmoun, and very, very happy that you are here. And then honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to present to you the water sector of my country, Morocco. I will follow this plan as shown here. First, I will talk about the general context of Morocco. Then I will discuss the main challenges and difficulties that our country faces in managing water resources. Next, I will give a short presentation of the key players in the water sector who make important decisions in our country. After that, I will explain the main steps in water planning, share some of the big achievements, and go over the important documents used for water resource planning. And then next, I will present a summary of the goals and projects included in the National Program of Drinking and Supply and Irrigation 2027. Morocco, with a population of 36 million people, covers an area of 710,850 square kilometers. The country reserves 140 billion cubic meters of water annually. However, only 22 billion cubic meters per year can be used. 4 billion cubic meters per year for groundwater and 18 billion cubic meters per year to surface water. Morocco has 9 hectares of useful agricultural land, which is 12% of its total area. The country's economy relies heavily on agriculture and mining, both important sectors for growth. The country is divided into 10 hydraulic basin agencies, each playing an important role in managing water resources. Recently, and over the past 7 years, our country has faced extreme climate events, such as floods and droughts, which have led to the irregular distribution of water resources over time and across different areas. This has also caused erosion and a loss of capacity in dam reservoirs. According to the water balance period by the Basin Agency, there has been significant overuse of groundwater, and we have a deficit of 1.1 billion cubic meters across all aquifers in our kingdom. Additionally, water pollution increasing due to the various factors. While the demand of water is growing because of population growth, tourism, agriculture, and expanding economic activity. We have head structures, necessary departments, public operators, and decentralized structures. The two main structures are the High Council of Water and the Climate, and also the Inter-Ministerial Water Commission, both of which are chaired by the Prime Minister. There are also several ministerial departments responsible for planning and making sectoral decisions. Additionally, numerous public and private operators are involved, including agricultural users, drinking water providers, industrial users, and energy production companies. Finally, there are also 10 hydraulic basin agencies, which are responsible for monitoring both surface and groundwater resources, as well as planning and managing water resources with the, as well as planning and managing water resources with the boundary of each hydrological basin. Now I give you the history of water management in our country. The history of water management in our country began in 1967 and continued throughout 1980, operated marked by the development of the first water plants and the large dams policy. In 1981, the first session of the Higher Council of Water and Climate was held, which led to our design of the country's water legislation. This period also saw the creation of the Integrated Water Resource Development Master Plan at the agency level. In 1995, the Water Law 9510 was introduced, establishing several legal frameworks to organize the water sector. This law was later adopted in 2016, incorporating new elements such as advanced water planning, non-conventional water resource, and the participatory management contract, especially for groundwater and vulnerable zones. In 2029, the National Water Strategy was presented to His Majesty the King, which included various plans and projects aimed at ensuring a reliable water supply for the country. In 2015, this strategy was followed by the launch of the National Water Plan, along with the updates to the Integrated Water Resource Development Master Plan. The National Water Plan was presented to the Inter-Ministerial Water Commission in 2019, and in 2024, the update Integrated Water Resource Development Master. Four years ago, in 2020, the National Program for Drinking Water Supply and Irrigation was signed in front of His Majesty the King, with a series of projects designed to meet the country's drinking water and irrigation need. With a strong history in water development, planning, managing water resources, our country has successfully completed many important projects. We have 154 large dams with a total capacity of 20.7 billion cubic meters, 146 small and medium dams, 17 water transfer projects, and 15 seawater desalination plants. We also have 246 hydrological stations and more than 10,000 wells and boreholes for groundwater development. Those projects have allowed us to provide drinking water to all urban areas and nearly all rural areas. Irrigates more than 2 million hectares and produce 192 million cubic meters of desalinated water to meet the country's water need. Morocco has implemented ambitious strategies, such as the National Water Plan 2050 and the National Program for Drinking Water Supply and Irrigation 2027. Our national water policy is based on 7 key pillars. First, managing water demand and optimizing water use. Second, expanding the water supply 3, protecting water resources, the natural environment and vulnerable area. 4, adapting to climate change. 5, continuing regulatory and institutional reform. 6, modernizing information systems. 7, promoting awareness and encouraging behavior change. Now the program of I speak about the program, the national program for drinking water supply and irrigation 2027. This program focuses on improving water supply, managing water use, saving water and vulnerable resources, providing more drinking water to rural areas, and raising awareness and communication. The progress of this program made in water management infrastructure is remarkable. The launch of 17 large dams greatly helps in managing water supply across different areas, as you see, a list of the 17 big dams that are launched all over the kingdom. And also there are the interconnection projects. For example, this project is the interaction between the 3 basin agencies, Cebu, Bourg-Rag, and Omberberg. And the first phase of this project connecting the Cebu and Omberberg hydraulic basins is an important step in improving how water is shared and used. And also there are another interconnection, but now between 2 dams. It's the Wad Makhazin Dam and Dar Khroufa dams will also help make water more available. Now, here are the current and ongoing desalination stations. We have 15 seawater desalination projects with a total capacity of 192 million cubic meters per year, providing a long-term solution to meet water needs. There are also 6 projects underway with production capacity of 438 million cubic meters per year. We also have 10 planned stations, 8 new stations, and 2 stations that will be expanded. Morocco aims to step up medium and large size station through public-private partnership. And also, additionally, Morocco has built a total of 153 wastewater treatment plants since 2006. And then we have the volume of 35 million cubic meters of treated wastewater each year helps make better use of water and just for protect environment. Those all effort shows a strong commitment to ensure a steady and sustainable water supply for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Questions, please, anyone?
Yeah, if you.
Please feel free.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. I just you have, I think you did 21 games. Is there any project to make it?
We have, I think we have 150. That there are the large dams, and there are medium and small.
The electricity generation from this
Yes. That's I show you in this picture. That's the dams of Mohammed Sink and on the Milwiya River, and in which the Angad province, and there are the active capacity is 690 million meter cubic. And this dam is for supplying for irrigation, and also is used for hydraulic power and water supply of the city. the city of Nador. Thank you.
Yeah. So the wastewater treatment plants that you have just shown us a picture of, how is that water repurposed? Is it used for something?
This dams,
No, wastewater treatment plants.
yes, yes, for waste plant, that's just for irrigation. Just for irrigation, that's les zones irriguées juste pour les jardins.
And just for the for gardening.
Gardening.
Landscaping, not edible.
No. That's for protection of environment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One minute. A slight change to the program. With your permission of the Malaysian, Niger, and Oman delegates, we have a gentleman here who has to catch a flight. Okay, so Dr. Khalid Mahmood, founder of SAWI, and regenerative agriculture solutions to improve water productivity for food and fiber production. So if I could ask Dr. Saib to come to the podium and deliver his presentation. Where is he? He's left? Well, in that case, just 1 second, let me get my notes. Let me find it. Dr. Saab, chale? Is it on? Sorry for the delay. We're trying to find the gentleman. We have time. So another change to the program, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite Professor Nasir Khan bin Am Yahya. He's a distinguished leader in water resources and environmental engineering, and currently serving as Director of National Water Research Institute of Malaysia. His work continues to shape the future. Thank you. Please, sir.
Yes. Thanks.
It's a forward. It's a forward.
Just
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning. And Mr. Chairman, delegates from the OIC countries. Today I will present regarding OIC Water Hub, a little bit regarding this water center in Malaysia. And because these some ideas, we are brainstorm in Malaysia, and then we have found out we have a lot of center in the world. OIC got every country got centers, water centers, research centers, but look like we are segregated. So one of the best is from this forum. We can know each other, and then we can make it more understanding, and we can work together. And our Indonesian brothers, I don't know, we are very nearby. So today we can know each other, and we can work more closely, and we can solve all the water crisis, inshallah. So, first of all, I would like to introduce National Water Research Institute of Malaysia, or the acronym is NAHRIM. NAHRIM, the function is to conduct applied research related to water sector, provide specialized expert consulting services in solving problem. So we are start from the research, then to solving the problem until implementation. And act as an advisor to the ministry and also to the private sector, a national reference center in research related to water, and establishing collaborative network. And we have very close cooperation with the IWM, because IWM very good in modeling. And also we have, inshallah, collaboration very soon with SWEN. And then, but we have some bureaucracy, that's why we got some problems. So inshallah, I think this one we will solve very soon. And then this is our organization. This all the center related with the water. We have a center for water resources and climate change, coastal, environmental research center, river basin, hydrological, information, water laboratory, hydraulic and instrumentation laboratory, and management service. We are covering all the discipline of water. So brothers, sisters, if you have any water problem, please contact NAHRIM. We can work together. And this is our biggest physical model lab, almost 4 times football field. This is one of the biggest in Southeast Asia. So you have any, you want to do any physical modeling, you can come using our facilities. You don't need to open another physical model, very expensive. So you can come there and then we can work together. And then the left-hand side, that is all the centers. And the bottom one is water quality laboratory. And we have accreditation, ISO, everything is a world standard. And second, we have water quality laboratory, which we are covering almost 300 parameters with the latest equipment. And now we are focusing in the emerging pollutants, like microplastic, EDC, AMR. Under this laboratory, we have chemistry, we have biology and microbiology. So you have to do any analyze, whatever, your groundwater, whatever, you can come to our lab. So introduction, Malaysia aspire to be the OIC water hub, because under this water hub, we will integrate all the OIC members water center under one control. So we have all the information, inventory, the expertise, any programs, we can be connected. Malaysia aims to assist OIC member countries in addressing all water-related issues. So once we are integrated, we are very big. We can solving all the problems, inshallah. And the main reason for Malaysia interest in establishing OIC water hub is the first one is leadership in water management, geographic, economic position, knowledge sharing, innovation, and building global partnership. So OIC nation continue to face fundamental water challenges, including water scarcity and climate change. We have a center climate change. We are doing research on the sea level rise till 2200. We have all the reports. You can get it from our website, www.naharim.gv.my. Lack of water infrastructures, political institution challenges, funding, population growth, and urbanization, public awareness and education, and regional in the water availability. So OIC Water Hub aim to elevate Malaysia as a global leader, position Malaysia as a leader in water sustainability initiative, strengthen cooperation among OIC nations, drive research and innovation, enhance capacity building, establish a centralized water data center. So we already set up one data center for ASEAN. So we are thinking, why not we have one data center also to OIC members. And the strategic number one is to invest in infrastructure, upgrading water storage, distribution, and treatment, improve governance, strengthen policies, institutions. We are still using the old Act old policy, we have to renew. We can help that. Promote conservation, tackle pollution, adapt to climate change, enhance cooperation, empower communities. So this organization framework, the OIC Water Hub will operate under the specialized institution category of the OIC or as part of the OIC Water Council. So this structure ensures alignment with OIC objective while focusing on water resource management and sustainability. So the OIC Water Hub will serve as a technical committee specializing in policy, regulation, research, innovation, and capacity building. And the framework Malaysia through Nahrim lead to operation, technical aspect of the hub under policy, data and technology division, capacity building, hydrological and hydraulic division, coastal management, hydrogeology, innovative water solution, water quality laboratory, physical modeling laboratory. So the services we can provide under this hub, water education and training, emerging pollutant control, emerging technology for water treatment, data center for water resources, coastal management, water quality monitoring, water supply system, flood mitigation planning, sediment transport management. And these are some of the products developed under this Nahrim. All the photos showing we are doing products related with the flood control. These are not only prototype, we already implement on the ground. And also we are using latest technology to get it the sample because this drone we designed for 6 hours flying. Get it the sample at the rural area and get back to lab. And we also develop products to riverbank erosion control. And then also we develop to reduce the suspended sediment. And these are markers to marking all the reserve, river reserve, irrigation reserve, lake reserve. And these are some of the control oil and grease for all the restaurant. If not, this oil and grease will flow into the nearby river because our main water to drinking is from the rivers. And we also develop structures to widening and deepening and strengthening of river. And these are some of the latest products we develop sensors. So we are developing almost 200 sensors because we need the sensors for monitoring all the water quality. Because in Malaysia, we have almost 600,000 of industry, whole Malaysia. So it's quite difficult to do this as a traditional monitoring system. So we are going to the sensors, we can monitor the effluent 24 hours. And now we are start already go to the zero discharge, zero waste. So we will discharging in the industry if more than the standard allowed. Using the sensor, we can collect and we will billing every month. And the second one is odor sensor. We can also measure the odor. We have a technology, and we also have technology to grey water treatment. So this kind, we have almost around 40 types of technology we develop using our local expert. So the impact, if the OIC water is we can realize on the ground, then there will be enhancement, water security, sustainable innovation, strengthen regional cooperation, and data-driven decision making. So D2D, data to decision. So the way forward, regional cooperation, foster joint management and knowledge sharing initiative, technology investment. We can share the technology among the Muslim countries. We can share technology. We can transfer technology. We can train the people. And integrated management, balance environmental, social, and economic water needs, and awareness campaign, educate communities. We also have a program under Nahrim. And so conclusion, the establishment OIC Water Hub in Malaysia represents a significant milestone in addressing water challenges faced by OIC nation. With Malaysia expertise, strategic location, commitment to sustainability, the hub will serve as a center of excellence, driving innovation, collaboration, and progress in water resource management. This initiative not only reinforced Malaysia's leadership within the OIC, but also paved the way for sustainable water future for all member states. This is actually before the improvement, the river is like the left-hand side. After we do the improvement, we make it as a tourism product. And also you can see the improvement. Another improvement is this in the Melaka. Melaka is the actual, this one actual. Okay. So we convert this river as we can generate the income, generate the economy. So people will take care of the river. No more throwing any debris, rubbish to the river, you know. So they generate income a lot. I was told per year they can generate almost $10 million. So that's all. Thank you very much. If any question, make it simple. Make it simple question. If a long question, we can discuss in the tea time.
All right.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Microplastics you mentioned.
Yeah, that.
It's becoming a problem in Pakistan now. How big is the problem is it for Malaysia?
Okay. For your example, actually microplastics start from the macroplastic. So what we are doing now, we are control the macroplastic. Because you have no macroplastic, no microplastic. So what we are doing, we are control at all the drainage, because people will throw all the macroplastic to the drainage system. If you clean up in the river, it's quite difficult. So better you do some trapping, whatever. But at the same time, we have to educate the communities. So nowadays, there's a value also for plastic. They can recycle, there's a value. So we have to explain to the community the value of plastic. They will collect everything. There's a money there. If money, they will collect. If no money, they will forget everything. Yeah.
How you compare this other quantity before and after?
Okay.
What the treatment process that you?
Okay.
Irrigation or?
Okay. In Malaysia, we have a 2,986 river basin. We can say all the surface of the Malaysia cover up with a river. The length of river is almost 80,000 kilometers. We are receiving 90 billion cubic meters of water. We just using 10%. So another 80% we discharge to the sea. That's why we are thinking, we have one brainstorm group. We are thinking how to make it this 80 billion cubic meter. Maybe we can export to Yemen, you know, with very minimum charge. For example, you asked me just now, before this one to that one, take around 15 years. 15 years. So what we do, we subdivide the river basin, phase 1, phase 2, everything. We have a plan. Yeah. We have a plan. And from that plan, for the water quality, we start from upstream to downstream. If flood control, we start downstream to upstream. So in our case now, we settle the flood mitigation project. Then we go for the quantity. So we quantity first, then quality. So we start from upstream and slowly going to downstream. Then all the part of the river we develop as general income. So the local people will take it part, you know, in that activity. So they gain some income and they're very happy. So anything else? Yes, my brother. IWM.
You mentioned something about the national database.
National
database.
Yeah.
So that is very important. In Bangladesh, we also have.
Yes.
So this is not a question. My opinion is that every member country must have national water resource database. And if we share the metadata, we can improve the data structure, common, and it would be a very much useful knowledge transformation system. Also the capacity and products and service. If we also expose it to a database, then we can know which capacity where is the best so that we can use that one or build our capacity by getting trainings from them. In that way, I think if YC Comstech take initiative, Nadim and IWF have support.
Yes. Actually, this OIC Water Hub is just an idea. So whoever want to be lead this one up to OIC decision. It just we throw some ideas, that's all. Not mean Malaysia want to lead. If OIC decide Malaysia, it's okay. We have to discuss the minister, everything. There's a long story. We have to talk, to all the high level, everything.
Many more workshops like this, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe there will be some OIC water forum, something.
Yeah.
We have 57 countries, we are covering 2 billion people. I think we should have something every year, OIC water forum.
2 billion people deserve.
Yes, agreed with you. Thank you. So anything? Okay, look, they understand. Thank you very much.
No, that you will discuss.
We can discuss it.
We take you up on
We
that.
can discuss it.
Well, you presented it so well that people did listen. Thank you very much indeed. Our next speaker is from the Niger. Professor, you Sandao Esoku, you're a professor? Yes. And is professor at the Abdul Momuni University and permanent secretariat at Niger. Perhaps you could tell us more about your work you're doing in Niger. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, I will speak in French. French.
First,
French.
in French.
Yes. You will speak in French.
You will.
At the end, I will give the summary.
Okay. So gentlemen will speak in French, but we have an interpreter here, so I think that's good. Please. Thank you.
Alex, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Donc, bonjour à tous les participants. Moi, je vais un peu couper, puisque je vais parler en français et à quelqu'un qui va un peu traduire. Au nom du Niger, donc, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter cette communication sur la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau au Niger, dont le plan a été adopté comme une stratégie d'adaptation aux impacts et aux effets du changement du climat. On va passer. Le Niger, donc, c'est un pays sahélien à 2 tiers désertiques, donc juste le tiers sahélien. Et là, donc, 1 267 000 km². C'est l'un des pays donc, le plus large, le plus grand en termes de superficie en Afrique. Et là, en 2026, 2025, 26 millions d'habitants. Et 26 millions d'habitants, donc c'est une progression très rapide. Et en termes de ressources en eau, nous allons d'abord voir les ressources en eau pluviales, donc la pluviométrie. Le Niger, l'espace donc du Niger est scindé suivant les hauteurs pluviométriques annuelles. Ici, nous avons donc les différentes couleurs en fonction de la nuance du vert. Donc, l'intensité de la pluie annuelle, elle est plus élevée. Et nous avons donc la bande sud qui est complètement sahélienne, où nous avons à peu près 300 mm par an. 300 mm par an, ce n'est pas grand-chose pour certains pays, mais 300 mm par an, la bande, au moins, on a dit 300 mm par an, ça peut aller jusqu'à 600, 800 dans l'extrême sud, à la frontière avec le Bénin, qui est donc un pays côtier. Et nous avons la bande de 300 à 200 à 150 mm par an, et la bande blanche où nous avons donc pratiquement une très très faible pluie par an, parfois 50 mm, parfois moins de 50 mm, rarement 100 mm. Et ce qui fait que le Niger est scindé, l'espace, donc il est scindé en 2 zones. Une zone pastorale où l'activité économique est essentiellement l'élevage, est une zone agricole où l'activité économique est essentiellement agricole et où donc nous avons des eaux de pluie ou des eaux souterraines facilement mobilisables pour des activités socio-économiques. Le régime ici de pluie, il est très capricieux et donc irrégulier dans le temps et dans l'espace, ce qui fait que l'agriculture pluviale, elle est également, elle va en dents de scie. Nous avons donc les eaux, les ressources en eau de surface. Nous avons un réseau hydrographique un peu particulier avec une densité plus marquée dans la partie ouest et des réseaux très éphémères dans le reste du pays, avec donc le point bleu ici, le lac Tchad, puisque le Niger partage, est un des pays donc, qui partage le bassin du lac Tchad. Et nous avons donc des ressources en eau de surface ici, dans cette zone. Mais l'essentiel de nos ressources en eau de surface sont dans le fleuve Niger, qui traverse le Niger donc, sur un parcours d'environ 500 km. Et donc, avec des vallées fossiles qui sont maintenant juste que des mares, que des chapelets de mares, mais qui présentent donc des zones humides où on peut mobiliser des ressources en eau pour l'agriculture, pour l'irrigation particulièrement. Nous avons un peu, en résumé, les ressources en eau qu'on peut donc identifier. C'est les eaux de surface d'abord. Donc, nous avons des ressources en eau renouvelables. Ce sont des ressources en eau qui sont renouvelées chaque année avec l'infiltration de précipitations. Et les mares, nous avons également des ressources en eau souterraines fossiles qui se sont infiltrées donc, à des périodes géologiques passées, mais qui sont très importantes au Niger. Malgré le fait que le Niger, c'est un pays sahélien, mais il dispose d'importantes ressources en eau souterraines que l'on peut mobiliser pour les activités socio-économiques et particulièrement pour les mines, l'irrigation et la consommation humaine. Donc, il n'est pas dit que la sécheresse ou le climat sahélien est toujours synonyme de rareté de l'eau. Donc, pour le contexte socio-économique, je disais que nous avons maintenant au Niger 26 millions d'habitants, mais la particularité du Niger, c'est que la population croît très rapidement. Nous avons le taux de croissance démographique le plus élevé au monde, puisque nous sommes donc à 3,9 pour 1000, et donc c'est le taux le plus élevé au monde. Et sa particularité, c'est qu'il croît. Nous avons fait des recensements en 2001, en 2008, en 88, 2001, 2012, et il a été relevé que le taux de croissance croît encore. Non seulement il est élevé, mais il augmente encore. Il va donc, c'est comme un véhicule qui a une vitesse avec une accélération. Donc, ce qui fait que la population du Niger, elle croît très rapidement. Nous sommes maintenant à 26 millions d'habitants et bientôt, on va atteindre donc la trentaine de millions d'habitants. Mais vu les 1 267 000 km², ça représente une densité très éphémère, très faible, et ce qui fait que le Niger, l'espace du Niger est encore sous-peuplé. Et nous avons donc comme activité qui demande ou dont le besoin en eau est essentiel, c'est surtout donc la consommation humaine, l'irrigation, compte tenu du fait que l'agriculture pluviale est capricieuse, elle est irrégulière, et donc il y a énormément un besoin en eau pour l'irrigation, pour développer l'irrigation et produire donc l'alimentation. Nous avons également la particularité d'être un pays minier. Le Niger, c'est le pays qui produit le plus d'uranium en Afrique. Il fait partie des 10 premiers producteurs d'uranium au monde. Et la production de l'uranium demande énormément de l'eau. D'abord, il faut assécher. Nos mines d'uranium sont dans le même gisement que l'eau. Et donc, ce sont des aquifères que nous vidangeons. Et donc, déjà, en prélevant l'uranium, on vidange l'aquifère. Et pour traiter également le minerai, on a besoin de l'eau. Et ce qui fait que la production de l'uranium consomme énormément de l'eau. Et il y a quelques années également, le Niger est devenu producteur du pétrole avec une raffinerie modeste, mais qui demande énormément également de l'eau. Et donc, nous avons des industries minières ou des industries de transformation de minerais qui sont des grandes consommatrices d'eau. Nous avons les réserves, mais nous avons également les demandes. Et donc, ce qui fait que nous avons des challenges en ce qui concerne la protection et la gestion de nos ressources en eau. Et ça fait que, donc, un peu, c'est le rappel donc, des caractéristiques ou des impacts donc, des changements climatiques comparé aux besoins que nous avons. Et donc, il a été, le gouvernement a trouvé nécessaire ou indispensable de réformer le secteur de l'eau et d'élaborer un plan d'action de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. Et donc, nous avons ici quelques effets du changement du climat sur les ressources en eau. Et les défis que nous avons, c'est également des défis de déplacer massifs de population à cause de l'insécurité qui perturbent toutes les planifications que nous pouvons faire en matière de gestion ou de réalisation des infrastructures. Nous avons également l'urbanisation, compte tenu du fait que la population croît très rapidement, et donc l'urbanisation est aussi accélérée au niveau donc du Niger. Et les besoins, nous avons donc les besoins. Donc l'adoption, le changement des grandes réformes du secteur de l'eau, depuis donc l'élaboration et l'adoption d'un schéma directeur d'aménagement et de gestion de ressources en eau, l'adoption de la procédure suite donc aux différents engagements à l'échelle internationale, l'élaboration de l'ordonnance portant sur le code de l'eau, et par la suite donc l'élaboration et l'adoption d'un plan d'action de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau, qui a donc essentiellement 4 composantes. Une première composante, c'est l'amélioration des connaissances de nos ressources en eau, avec un certain nombre d'actions, la mobilisation et la valorisation des ressources en eau pour des activités socio-économiques. C'est l'agriculture, c'est l'élevage, c'est les industries minières ou les industries manufacturières. La composante 3, c'est la préservation et l'environnement. La préservation de l'environnement et le développement de la résilience donc, des écosystèmes. Et la 4e composante, c'est l'amélioration de la gouvernance des ressources en eau à travers le renforcement des capacités et la mise en place des organes décentralisés de gestion de l'eau. Donc, le Niger, en tant que territoire, a été scindé en 3 zones géographiques pour la gestion en 7 zones géographiques pour la gestion de ressources en eau en fonction des caractéristiques socio-économiques et des caractéristiques naturelles au niveau de chaque zone. Et la mise en œuvre donc, du plan d'action de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau s'est fait suivant une approche territoriale. Une approche territoriale, et il s'agit de mettre en commun ou d'organiser les populations qui se sentent concernées par une ressource en eau. La ressource en eau, par exemple, ça peut être le long du fleuve, où on a dit c'est l'unité de gestion fleuve Niger-Liptako. Nous partageons également la zone du Liptako avec le Mali et le Burkina. Et c'est une zone où nous avons des caractéristiques particulières en ce qui concerne les ressources en eau. Et nous avons, par exemple, des zones où nous partageons la même ressource avec le Nigeria, où nous avons également eu des caractéristiques différentes. Nous avons la zone du lac Tchad, où nous avons également des caractéristiques différentes qui sont partagées avec le Nigeria, le Cameroun, le Tchad et le Niger. Et donc, ces différentes zones géographiques sont, c'est dans ces zones que nous avons l'opérationnalisation du Pandir depuis 2018. Et c'est quoi on fait? On fait d'abord de l'amélioration des connaissances à travers la mise en place des instruments de mesure, la poursuite donc des mesures, la collecte donc de données, le monitoring de données. Et on fait l'amélioration de connaissances, oui. On fait donc l'amélioration de la gouvernance des ressources en eau, comme on dit, à travers la mise en place des organes décentralisés de gestion de l'eau. Ce sont les associations des usagers de l'eau inclusives. Ce sont les clés, les comités locaux de l'eau qui sont donc au niveau des communes, ou ce sont les agences de l'eau qui sont au niveau des IGE, donc des unités de gestion ou des sous-bassins. Et en haut, nous avons donc la commission de gestion de l'eau, qui est donc au niveau des grands bassins, le bassin du lac Tchad ou le bassin du Niger, la portion nationale du bassin donc, du lac Tchad ou du Niger. Nous avons également la mise en place des infrastructures d'amélioration des conditions de vie des populations. C'est surtout la réalisation des ouvrages d'alimentation en eau potable qui sont cette fois-ci faits de manière inclusive. Ce n'est pas des mini AEP que nous avons l'habitude de faire, mais cette fois-ci des ouvrages intégrés qui prennent en compte les différents besoins, les besoins de l'alimentation pour la population, pour le bétail, et dans certains cas, le besoin pour la petite irrigation ou le maraîchage, avec donc des activités, des actions d'accompagnement pour le traitement ou la conservation des ressources naturelles. Donc ça, c'est des petits aménagements que l'on peut identifier. Les ouvrages d'alimentation en eau. Nous avons donc des aménagements des eaux, des aménagements de récupération donc, et de traitement donc, des terres dégradées ou de récupération des eaux qui permettent donc de maximiser l'infiltration ou de minimiser l'érosion hydrique. Donc, voilà en gros ce que nous avons prévu pour cette présentation. Merci de votre attention. Voilà, maintenant tu vas.
Okay, so I will share the key points of this presentation. So the population of Nigeria is around 26 million, and this country is located in Sahel region, and faced with major challenges related to climate change, demographic pressure, and water scarcity. Nigeria has implemented special programs. This is the Integrated Water Resources Management Action Plan. This is the PANGERE programs to ensure sustainable water resource management. And these programs adopted in 2017 is an action plan based on 4 key pillars. So the first one is improving hydrological knowledge. The second is mobilizing and enhancing water resources. And the third is the environmental preservation. And the last is strengthening water governance. It focuses on priority hydrological sub-basins that are particularly vulnerable to climate change and water-related conflicts. Also, through the establishment of monitoring station, reforestation efforts, and hydraulic infrastructure development, these programs improve water availability and management while building the capacity of local stakeholders.
This program is part of a broader strategy, national strategy to enhance climate adaptation and resilience in the response to countries' environmental and socioeconomic challenges. So this is the main key point that he developed in his presentation.
Thank you very much.
Our next presentation is by the representative of Oman, Mr. Ali Motasan. Oh, you want questions? Oh, sorry, questions, please. Sir? Questions?
Merci beaucoup, professeur, pour la présentation. J'ai eu l'occasion de visiter Niamey et j'ai la rivière de Nil. Est-ce qu'il y a des initiatives ou bien des efforts du gouvernement pour utiliser ça
Pour
utiliser l'eau qui existe dans la rivière de Nil?
Oui.
Peut-être pour l'agriculture ou bien pour la production du
Oui. Merci. Donc, effectivement, nous avons même des chantiers, pas des initiatives encore théoriques. On a des chantiers sur le Niger. Au Niger, nous avons le barrage de Kandaji qui est en train donc, qui est en chantier. Ça fait longtemps, mais il est quand même en chantier. Ce sont des infrastructures qui sont destinées, qui sont prévues pour la production de l'énergie, mais également pour les aménagements hydro-agricoles, donc pour l'irrigation. Nous avons également des concertations en commun en tant que pays partageant donc le bassin du Niger, en commun avec le Mali, pour également un grand barrage là-bas. Et donc, c'est une initiative. Le chantier n'a pas démarré, mais c'est vraiment avancé. Nous avons également un autre barrage en Guinée. Tout ça, ce sont des ouvrages, ce sont des infrastructures, en plus de celles qui existent, mais pour réguler beaucoup plus le cours du fleuve Niger et faire des aménagements pour la production de l'énergie, la production agricole et la protection de l'environnement. Voilà, donc nous avons, il y a des initiatives, non seulement au Niger, mais dans les pays le long du parcours du fleuve Niger.
Il a besoin de désaliniser sa eau.
De désaliniser. Alors, l'eau de la rivière n'est pas salée. C'est de l'eau très douce. Très douce. Et la preuve en est que toutes les villes que le fleuve traverse sont alimentées à partir de ce fleuve. Et le traitement qu'il fait, c'est un traitement c'est la décantation et la désinfection. Il n'y a pas de désalinisation. Il n'y a pas de salinisation. C'est la décantation, la filtration et la désinfection. L'eau du fleuve Niger. Quand vous prenez depuis son parcours, depuis la Guinée jusqu'au Nigeria, c'est ça le traitement qui est fait pour livrer avant d'être livré à la population. Sinon, l'eau du fleuve Niger est une eau douce, très douce. Il n'a pas besoin de traitement pour la désalinisation avant d'être utilisé. Et c'est ça la particularité du Sahel, puisque les ressources que nous avons sont des ressources d'eau douce. Et quand vous avez donc de l'eau douce, vous avez moins d'efforts pour le traitement. Si ce n'est pas les pays côtiers comme le Sénégal ou la Mauritanie, où on prend l'eau de la mer, ou bien on prend l'eau à côté de la mer, donc dans les zones qui sont en relation avec la mare, même dans le sous-sol. Donc c'est ça Sinon, au Sahel, nos ressources en eau sont assez douces. Nous ne sommes pas en stress hydrique comme au Maghreb. Quand vous partez en Algérie, quand vous partez en Tunisie, il y a déjà le stress hydrique. Et ils aspirent de l'eau de la mer, qui demande donc des traitements très particuliers. Très particuliers. Nous, on n'a pas ce problème. Même les pays côtiers, par exemple, quand vous venez, bon, même les pays côtiers, quand vous venez au Bénin ou au Togo, c'est les zones côtières qui sont touchées par ces difficultés. Voilà, je vous en prie.
Like to translate for the.
Ah, tu vas te la-
Oh, okay, so
Question and answer.
okay, yeah, sure. Basically, he asked a question about if the government has implemented some initiative to use water, the water from Niger River. So his response is that this answer, he said that yes, there is some initiative, but mainly for they build some infrastructure, mainly for the agricultural purpose. So energy irrigation. So, and the second question was about the desalinization. And he said that there is no need for desalinization in Niger because this is a fresh water. So, so this is mainly the main point that they discuss about.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sandhu, for your presentation and for taking question answers. Okay, so I'll request the chair to please wrap up the session, please. Would you like to come here or should we give the mic over there?
So, our friend from Oman will do it after the break?
Yes, so
All right.
maybe we can tell the participants.
Okay, so in this session, we had another presentation from our friend from Oman, but very kindly consented to do it after the tea break because we are already late for that. So a very quick wrap, because I think everybody has been listening to the presentations very carefully. And what we see over here is that there are synergies where instead of, just like our friend from Malaysia, Yahya said, that we don't really have to build everything in each country. There are resources available within the OIC fraternity, like our friend from Bangladesh had also shown and spoken just now. And I think after the entire conference is over, maybe we can do a mapping of what is available where and a gap that exists in the individual countries, and then we can see where the synergies can be built. Whether there can be a physical infrastructure where every need and the solution can come from, where there can be a platform, like we mentioned yesterday, as the attempt here that there is this platform over here at Comstech, which can be made use of as a convening body, which can then, be the bridge between all the other countries. Because there are very many things here that we can take advantage of within the OIC platform. And I think that I would at least, propose that there can be that kind of a mapping and shared with everybody. So everybody can put in their gaps and the resources available and just play the role of linkages. So thank you very much, and see you after tea at.
I have some announcement.
Oh, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, Chair, for summing up the talks that we had already earlier today. So ladies and gentlemen, before we break out, I would request your feedback on one thing, that is, are you all settled in this room? Or if any of you or few of you want, we are ready to shift you in the auditorium where we were yesterday. Are you comfortable in this room? No? Okay, so we will shift in the auditorium then, okay? I hope it will make you happy, all of you, because we want to make you happy, go back home happy, comfortable and everything, okay? Thank you. And now we go for the tea break. The tea is served on the ground floor, okay?
Once again.
Assalamualaikum. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the tea break. Now back to business, and we missed out the representative from Oman, and Dr. Al Motachami. He's an assistant professor from the University of Nizwa, Oman, and he has 10 years experience working in the water field, and now you're working for UNESCO and at the university. Excellent. Let's have your thoughts on what's the situation in Oman.
Thank you very much. Today, before I go through the slide, I want to thank the organizers of this meeting that provide this opportunity for us to come here and share our knowledge about the countries, the water status of the country. So thank you very much. My presentation is under the topic of Aflaj in Oman, the sustainable water resources. So let me explain what is Falaj or Aflaj. Falaj is a singular form of the Aflaj, and it is a canal that provides water for the communities, villages, towns, the downstream, for domestic uses and agricultural uses. Aflaj provides 35% of total water for agricultural use in Oman. And because of this, I draw your attention to the Falaj and the status of the Falaj in the future of the Oman. There are 4,112 Aflaj systems in Oman that 3,000 of them now they are working, and 1,000 of them unfortunately they are dead and they are not working. So you can see the Falaj is the harmony of three elements: technology, human, nature. Why three elements? Because technology, we use technology because it is an ancient technology that provides water from the ground surface, from the surface water, from the under the ground water. And also it is a human. I put human here as a human. Why? Because the human constructed it. And also there is another sphere, nature. Why we use nature? Because it is gravity based. It is coming from the elevated places to lower elevation places. So because of this, it is a harmony of three elements: technology, human, nature, and the overlap is Falaj. So why Aflaj are important? So it's not only provide water, it is a history, it is a culture, it is a heritage. As the age of the Falaj dates back 1,500 years ago. So it is a history and it is a heritage culture. Also, I proud a circle tourist. We have 5 Aflaj that listed in UNESCO, and attracts actually tourists from different countries all over the world. And it provides food because with the water of the Aflaj, farmers can do the agriculture and can use the products of this agriculture for providing food. And for economy, it produces money because a part of the products can be sold to the other communities, other cities, and also other countries. We have Aflaj in other countries as well. So we have different names. For example, in Afghanistan, we have Tariz. In Iran, we have Qanat. In Japan, we have Mambo. Also, Prof. Iqbal mentioned yesterday that in Pakistan they have, and also they call it Tariz. Yes. In Oman, Falaj, in plural form, Aflaj, and in Syria also, Qanat, Romani, Yemen, Falaj. So these are the different names of the Aflaj around the world. So in Oman, you can see the distribution map of the Aflaj in Oman. So here in the right picture, we can see the extension of the Al-Hajar mountain. Because it is elevated, Al-Hajar mountain, it is mountainous area and it is elevated place. So this is a suitable place for the construction of the Aflaj. And people in the past constructed these 4,112 Aflaj in this place. In the Al-Hajar mountain, we have two important and well-known mountains, Jabal Shams and Jabal Aqsa. So we can say that Falaj is a multidisciplinary system, and for each system and for each discipline, there is an interconnected connection. For example, between water and economic, between water and social, between social and engineering. Among all of these disciplines, there is a connection, and Falaj provides this connection. Actually, we have 3 types of the Aflaj in Oman. We have Qaili Aflaj, we have Dawoodi Aflaj, and we have Aini Falaj. 49% of these Aflaj are Ghaili, 28% Aini, and 23% are Dawoodi. So here you can see, this is the Ghaili Falaj, and it is completely dependent on the rainfall. Why? Because it uses the valley flow or the streams of the valleys. So they constructed a dam to divert the streams of the wadi, because in Arabic we say wadi, and transferred the water with using a channel from the valley to the downstream communities. So because of this, we use I, which means basement of the base below of the valleys, and there is a channel also. Here we can see the picture of the Ghaili Falaj. There is a dam on the right side, and there is a channel to transfer water from the upstream to the downstream. And this is the Falaj al-Mahyul in Oman. The second type is Aini Falaj. Ain in Arabic means spring, natural spring. So Aini Falaj means the Falaj that is coming, the water is coming from the spring. So the origination is spring, and then there is a channel transfer water from elevated places to the lower elevation region. This is the picture of Aini Falaj. There is an Ain, and it is the origination. And here in the left side, there is a channel which is not clear in this picture, but it is the Aini Falaj. The most complicated one is Dawoodi or Eddi Falaj. In the Dawoodi Falaj, we have some components, we have some elements, we have a main well, or in Oman we call it mother well. There are some ventilation shafts, there is an outlet point, and there is a channel that connects, or there is a tunnel that connects all these elements together. Main well, ventilation shaft, and also the outlet point. So the water from the origination, which is main well, is coming to the tunnel, and after that travels along the tunnel to the outlet point. And the outlet point is the first appearance of the water on the ground, and people can use the water for any purpose, domestic, agriculture, etc. So here we have a picture of water utilization of the Aflaj. First, we use it for domestic usage, for drinking, for washing, and after that we use it for agricultural. In agricultural section, first we use it for irrigating palm trees, and after that for irrigation of the farmland, or in Arabic we call it awabi. Here, this is the socio-economic model of the Falaj. Here we can see the black circle is the mother well, and the purple line shows the Falaj or the Eddi Falaj, and after that, the triangle symbol shows the outlet point. The first circle, the white one, shows the Sharia point, or it is a public place. People can come, use the water for drinking, and they can use it for, they can take it for drinking in their houses. And after that, there is a green area, a green circle, and it shows the Hara or residential area. As I told you, they use it after the Sharia for residential area. And after that, there is another circle. It is for irrigation of palm trees. And after that, there is a yellow circle that shows the farmland. The border of the farmland now it is dotted. Why it is dotted? Because it is fuzzy. It changed. It changed with the flow rate of the Falaj. If it is high, so the area of the Awabi land or the farmland is greater. If the flow rate is low, the area of the yellow circle is smaller. And after that, we have the border of the pastures, and after that, we have the border of the socio-economic. So here also you can see, we have the outlet point, the first, and then we have the residential area, and in the green area, we have first palm trees, and after that, we have Awabi or the farmland, which are recognized. You can see all of them in the yellow circles. They are Awabi. So now, because of many things, Appalachia may face some problem. Maybe the border of the Appalachia is not actually complied with the people. I mean, the people construct new things, new construction, new buildings in the border of the Appalachia. We have low revenue, we have irregular maintenance, and also we may some contamination inside the water of the Appalachia. There are some problems. And our center, which is the UNESCO chair on Appalachia studies and archaeohydrology, and it is located in the University of Lisbon, its mission is to preserve and protect its heritage and do some research to pursue this aim. So this is the structure of the UNESCO chair. We are 10, and the chairholder is Professor Abdullah Al-Hafri. And in each aspect, we have an assistant professor, we have a head, and also we have some other members. So I brought some examples of our research. For example, in one research, we try to delineate the border of the Appalachia in order to protect it, in order to preserve it from other constructions. In another study, we try to predict, we try to develop a model for prediction of the future of the Appalachia. I mean, in context of the flow rate, because the flow rate, as I told you, is important. In another study, we try to present a decision model. This decision model prioritize the Appalachia that needs more maintenance. And in another study, we try to again, predict the flow rate. In the last article, this is the result of a renovation of the Appalachia. We renovate a Appalachia from 800 years ago. And this is the study of that research project. So thank you very much. This is the icons of our center in social media. We are welcoming any collaboration, any idea, opinions. So thank you very much.
If anyone has any questions for presenter. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation about the history. Like this kind. But I have question or one objection about like this flag. I think this was in the old before the pipe, the pipe.
Yes.
The pipe manufacturing has been appeared. Now it is what do you think? What is the picture? Using the pipe or like this flag? And what about the pumping? That like this flag, it depends on the gravity. So if I want to deliver this from ground, now we going to hide how I can deliver this one.
If I understand your question, you are meaning that if there is a, for example, how they do, pump the water from the lower elevation to the elevated elevation. Actually, because this system are gravity based, in some situation they cannot do it. So they follow the rule. I mean, the gravity from the higher elevation to the lower elevation. But I want to draw your attention in one small technique that they use, because, for example, one Appalachia in Oman has 13 kilometers length in the channel. So there are many valleys, along this channel. There is flash flood in the Oman. So how they can protect the channel in this situation? They provided a smart technique, inverted siphon, and they created it for protection of the Appalachia. But in your case that you are mentioning, we don't have this situation. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. You're welcome. Thank you.
Moving swiftly on, as they say. Now we're going to be given a talk by Mr. Mustafa Sarayaki, who is an expert in water and environmental management. He currently serves as coordinator at the Turkish Water Institute, responsible for project development and implementation, as well as national and international capacity development programs. And his talk is entitled "The Regional Perspective on Cooperation, Opportunities in Light of the Development in Water and Wastewater Technology Solutions and Approaches." Is that correct, sir? Stage is yours. Thank you, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be part of this esteemed group. And first, I would like to thank Comstech for great hospitality. We have been having a great time here. And for the overall coordinator, of course, the OIT General Secretary has done a great job. And we are proud to be part of the group. And hopefully, it will turn into a good dialogue platform for the future. The topic is quite broad, but I will try to limit it to the transit solutions that are relevant to the OIT region, that may offer possible collaboration for us, and of course, potential for use. So before that, I would like to introduce my organization, the Turkish Water Institute, shortly TÜEN. TÜEN is a research-oriented think tank under the Ministry of Agriculture, under the Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture, which is dedicated to development of water quality strategies, providing strategic consultation to decision makers, capacity building programs for all water and sanitation professionals, as well as enhancing the scientific platforms for all stakeholders, nationally and internationally. Under our four main pillars, we work closely with global and local institutions for sustainable water management strategies, capacity building efforts, as well as joint research initiatives to address both local and global water challenges. So here we have a picture painted by the World Resource Institute, which is quite a prestigious institute when it comes to predictions. Much have been said yesterday, but shortly 36 OIC member countries will face by the year 2050 either extremely high or high water stress. And this situation is further exacerbated by water quality degradation. And one point to make here is that agricultural water withdrawal is quite high, 80% in OIC member countries. So this area, this sector requires special attention and focus, and also at the same time brings about opportunities. Here, slightly on the left, but anyway, we have analyzed those intelligence reports, the innovations back in 2024. So what we see here is that digital water management is at the forefront when it comes to innovation. So it comes actually as no surprise because digitalization has touched upon all aspects of our life. And addressing these challenges requires quite innovative solutions. As you know, digital water solutions includes artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, smart sensors that enable water quality control, as well as remote asset management and for responsible use of water use. So I will not go into each element as we have limited time, but I would like to highlight here that digital water management is the area that is getting quite attention when it comes to innovation. Turkey is in the Mediterranean region, which is quite an arid region. So digitalization efforts in the Mediterranean region include deployment of sensors for real-time monitoring, data analytics, and integration of smart meters for efficient use of water. AI and machine learning have revolutionized the way we do business, and it has provided the capabilities that can go beyond traditional methods. And another area that I would like to highlight and I'll explain further is the Earth observation. Earth observations have made it possible for us to monitor the nature
much more cost effective and much better than ever before. Here are some implementation examples from our country. There are many, but I want to share three of them. Which the first one is this is the Istanbul Water Authority's application. They have implemented a quite large comprehensive SCADA system consolidating big data analytics and digital twins for efficient water distribution. And our Ministry State Hydraulic Works is developing a flow forecast and basin model, which includes accurate forecasting optimization system, again based on AI, as well as data analysis fed by methodological data and smart scientific modeling. As Suan, we are coordinating a study on wastewater surveillance. I don't know if you heard it. I will explain it in a minute. We have developed an early warning system for public health protection under the One Health approach. So wastewater surveillance is an epidemiological model to trace, prevent, and control the spread of infectious disease. So water now actually plays a quite important role in public health. The One Health approach recognizes the health of humans, animals, and the wider environment, including ecosystems, that are these all elements are closely linked and interdependent. And water as well as wastewater play a central role as it directly connects human, animal, and environmental health. We are, as from the Global Consortium for Wastewater Environment Surveillance, is a global consortium established to this end, and we are the task force leader in capacity building. So we invite all interested parties, organizations to take part here, and we are open to share the knowledge that has been gained here over the years. And we will also integrate the other virus pathogens and antimicrobial resistance into the system. And this whole, I will not go into detail, the illustration of the works will be digitalized as well. So we will make use of AI and machine learning in the interpretation of the data as well as the reporting of the results. Again, here, much has been said for the last 2 days, but as for water conservation, wastewater reuse, recycling, rainwater harvesting, as well as modernization of the infrastructure are quite critical and well-known components for sustainable management of water resources. In Turkey, we have it made mandatory for buildings larger than 2,000 square meters to apply rainwater collection systems before the construction. Another thing that I would like to highlight is that our ministry has initiated a quite large program. The agricultural production planning is based on available water resources. So a water-centered agricultural production planning is put in place as of this year. So we plan the agricultural production for a 3-year period in which the water has a central role, and the farmers get the subsidies, of course, based on this plan. Another promising innovation is floating solars. The floating solar panels are mounted on water reservoirs, lakes, and canals. Some call it photovoltaics, also called as photovoltaics. And the World Bank estimates that even covering 10% of the global reservoirs and electricity will be generated an extra 4,000 terawatt hours globally annually will be generated. So it has a quite promising impact on energy generation, because in our region we have quite lack of electricity, and in Turkey as well. So we focus on renewable electricity generation. But at the same time, FPVs also prevent evaporation. If you cover 30% of the reservoirs with floating solar panels, we could also reduce the global annual water evaporation by 10 cubic kilometers globally. And this is, I think, a good example for VP. However, we are now working on, of course, research is still needed on the impact of floating water solar panels on the aquatic environment. And we're going step by step in this matter. Smart irrigation is also quite important, as agricultural irrigation is a major consumer in our region, in Turkey as well. Irrigation consumes around 25% of the total water resources. So we pay special attention to agricultural sustainability. And technologies like remote sensing for soil moisture, GIS, and AI-driven predictive tools optimize water usage in agriculture. In Adana district in the southeastern Turkey, we have started an initiative in which communication and observation stations coupled with AI supported management devices are integrated into the water distribution network as well. As I told, advances in Earth observation technology have made monitoring the nature much better and much easier than ever before. Through satellite remote sensing, we can monitor the water resources, predict and prepare for droughts, and do data-driven decision making, as it was told by many speakers. And focusing on agricultural water management, we make use of remote sensing technologies to provide real-time data on water availability, soil moisture levels, crop water requirements, as well as drought risk detection. So we are all aware that the intersection of technology and sustainability, as well as international collaboration, will be pivotal in addressing the water scarcity in our regions in the coming years. Digital transformation, as I told, will reshape the sector, and it has also reshaping our capacity building efforts too. We are now launching a digital learning platform under the name of Trend Academy, and we will make this available to everyone to foster shared learning. And we plan to integrate virtual reality tools as for interactive training to avoid, the site visit to physically visit. So we bring in the site into the online platform. So we will share any knowledge when it's complete. We'll share the academic platform with you. So it will not be limited to only to water and sanitary engineering. It will also cover governance aspects, water law, and so on, the social sciences of water management. Since we are here to talk about, how the mechanism on how to proceed, I want to share some examples that we are actively part of, a member of, and that, you don't have to copy it, but I think it's good to look into similar actively working initiatives that work regionally and internationally. One of them is the Water for All, which is under the European Union, and we are part of. It brings together 33 countries and it gathers a variety of partners from the whole water research, innovation, and development chain, including not only the academia, but also the water utilities, innovation funders, and water associations, strengthen the water research and innovation agenda of the European Union. So this is a good example that we could look into. The GWOPA, I don't know, the Global Water Operators Partnership Alliance, is under the UN Habitat, in which it provides peer-to-peer knowledge exchange between the utilities. We don't support utilities, but the similar approach can be applied here, in which in an even specific topic, there is one mentor and there is a mentee designated. So the mentor guides the mentee for that specific topic for a specific period of time. Of course, the mentor can be a mentee in another topic. So there is a win-win situation created in there. WAITRO is an international organization under the UN. It was established in 1970. It also provides a mechanism for its members to connect, partner, share their contribution in any knowledge transfer. The interesting part is that they have a good online platform called Tyra. I think it's good to look into that, in which everyone can share any demand, or raise any needs, or go for calls, project calls, and so on. So it's, I think, it's quite working platform. The Blue Peace Middle East initiative, as Dr. Marwan explained yesterday, is focused in our region, Iraq, Turkey, Jordan, Syria, and Iran, also as observers, are part of the regional initiative. It's also a quite well-working initiative since 2009, and we're also part of that. And there are thematic activity centers. So each country has undertaken a team, and is guiding the other countries, sharing knowledge in that team. So maybe it takes the lead in that specific team. So this is another initiative that I would like to share. So in my opinion, OIC Water Council, the very reason for establishing it was to have a platform to share knowledge. And OIC Water Council has gathered, unfortunately, not so often, but I think that it can be an umbrella platform in this regard. As Ms. Afia, just as a repetition of yourself, is that I also mentioned that mapping of strength and needs of each country is critical. To go step by step, you don't have to, build a quite strong, you don't have to institutionalize the whole, the whole system, but go step by step and understand the needs for that is critical. That's how we work in our capacity building efforts. And finally, in closing, you all know the research policy interface, but now the practice component has been added to the interface now. And as researchers, I think the common policy that we fall into is that we do the research and we make the assumption that the results will automatically be taken up by the policymakers as well as the practitioners. So there's still a disconnect that we should be thinking of and be discussing. So in this sense, I think region-specific tools and strategies to promote influence on research outcomes are critical. A multi-stakeholder engagement in this is also critical in this process. South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation have proven to be a mechanism that brings together different perspectives together and to incorporate the diversity of today's different stakeholder needs, as the SDGs are multidimensional. So I think that the model of triangular cooperation is very valuable to first respond to the complexities and turn challenges into opportunities. Lastly, good governance shouldn't be neglected as is one of the three main pillars of water conservation, in addition to capacity and technology. And interdisciplinary work, I think you also mentioned the social sciences is critical. Now, we all know the technical solutions. For example, the speaker from Kuwait yesterday mentioned the resistance, the psychological, cultural barriers against the use of wastewater. And now we're conducting a study a nationwide study to understand the social perception of reuse of wastewater, understand what the hesitancies are, what the reserves are, what the psychology behind it is. So social sciences, I think, valuable science that we should also take on board. In closing, I mentioned the digital transformation, innovative technologies, and regional international cooperation will be pivotal in addressing water scarcity in the coming years. And I'm very hopeful that this event will lay the foundation for meaningful and solid partnerships among the research organizations of the OIC members and Turkey with my peer here with State Hard Research. We stand ready to support and engage in any initiative, and we stand ready that will drive any impact. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you. Yeah, any questions? Any questions, please? Anyone?
Other than me. I also have a question. I'll hold it.
I'm sorry for my one question, but your presentation, mashallah, was wow, so interesting. And I see high different technique about water treatment.
Could you keep your mic closer to your mouth, please? Yes.
About this technique, I working for as a manager for many companies in my country in Yemen for buying like this sensor or technique that we can use for water treatment or anything in this field. But as I see here, you have, mashallah, high developed technique here, sensors and many products. Why can you share them or transport this as a product? We can buy it or do let anyone to, marketing like this. In other country can buy. We buy all this sensor from China and Turkey. I don't know if Turkey has like this good product in this field. Thank you so much.
That's great.
Yeah,
Strength of the forum.
yeah, I understood. Thank you. That's a good comment. And we also discussed that in our country. You know, the mindset, there is, I think, a disconnect between the government and private organizations. We are a bit, have a distance towards the private sector. So I think we could work closely in our country with the private sector. So in other countries, the government drives the private sector to do business outside, but that mechanism is not so solid in our country, I have to say. And you know, it's a bit isolated, the private sector from the government. There, you know, we cannot. We are also discussing to bring in, you know, I haven't told, but you know, in addition to academia, we should also bring in the private sector into these kind of platforms because they drive, they are more dynamic, I have to say, and they also they want to do business, and I think we need to bring in their dynamism into the picture, and we are self-critical as well in that regard.
Does that answer your question? Anybody else?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Amina Najam, and I am working in health sector. I'm principal scientific officer in at the National Institute of Health. I just want to learn. You mentioned about the One Health. How can we integrate these two things with health and move forward for the collaboration in One Health? Do you have any research projects?
Yeah, One Health is not a new approach, but has gaining attention momentum in the last years, and it's part of the discussion of the World Health Forum. You know, it's very interesting to see One Health being a sub-theme of the World Health Forum. In the last year, it was in Bali, in Indonesia, and now, you know, it's like IWM. One Health is about, it's an approach, it's a way of doing business, it's bringing together the different stakeholders. And now we have initiated a project, just we'll submit today, this week, on the institutionalizing of One Health approach in our country. So we need an institution. In some countries, I think in India, there's a One Health Institute that directly communicates with the Prime Ministry. So that coordinates all the related administration. So now we're thinking of how to you know, make that as a structure and how to institutionalize that structure in a governmental structure. So,
Anyone else? Shall I ask my question? Oh, no, there's another one. I know.
Thank you, okay, thank you, Madam. I just had a question regarding you talked about a material used for the surveying of wastewater. Is there a material or a technique? Because it would be very interesting for us to have this type of material because we have this problem that is regarding the surveillance in general. Thank you.
thank you. They say that wastewater is the mirror of society. So if you look into wastewater, you'll see anything. So wastewater surveillance started actually in the Netherlands, I think, in 20 years ago to detect the drug use. So you can detect illegal use of drugs, but now it started in the COVID-19 pandemic. And now we do wastewater. So the material, the input is the wastewater itself. We take wastewater samples from wastewater treatment plants. Of course, we take it to the laboratories and do, of course, testing, the NCG or qPCR testing. And there, of course, needs some interpretation. It's not that simple because you take a sample and then you're doing a community-wide assessment to see the spread of the disease and the trend of the disease. And you can early detect it because, you know, you can, in the wastewater, you have symptomatic and as well as asymptomatic cases because not everyone goes for testing. So it's a very valuable tool and cost-effective tool to monitor the public health. And utilities are very crucial because you are the ones who collect the wastewater and treat it. So you have the source. And what the thing is, the Ministry of Health should also be interested because you should be working together with the Ministry of Health, and as we did in Turkey.
Finally, do I get to ask my question? It's a very specific, so should us say floating solar panels for generating electricity. What, so we in Pakistan were also toying with that idea of covering a part of one of our lakes with that. And there was a lot of opposition from environment groups who said that enough, we don't know enough how they will impact the, the sunlight going down, and what about the life underwater? How is it impacted? If the oxygen also cannot penetrate where they are, and if the sunlight cannot penetrate, so what about the life under the water?
So the State Hydrological Works have just started that project. Now we're also in the infancy stage.
Oh, okay.
And but of course the solar irradiance, there's a shading effect. There is impact, of course. So we go, by little steps, and that's why, not all the lake, of course, is covered. Like 1%, 2% is covered, need impact, but there is indeed an impact. But if it's tolerable or not, you'll see. The impact we'll monitor, and the State Hydrological Works is monitoring in the lake, in the reservoir.
Right. Okay, so that means this is still something to watch for.
Watch for
What are going to?
We are ready to share in the outcome,
Mhm.
the impact, and that's why I raised that as a future example of cooperation.
I will
That
definitely
connects
look out
energy
for it.
and water.
Thank you.
But we should mind, of course, the ecosystem part. We have, of course, regulations to that end.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it was a very engaging, very interesting presentation.
Moving swiftly on, we are running against time as usual. So the next talk will be by Dr. Sarwar Qureshi. It's on desalination. It's a huge challenge, but also an opportunity for OIC countries. And Dr. Qureshi has a very good background, and he's here with us. And his talk will be on desalination in OIC countries, challenges and opportunities. And a short introduction to you, sir. You are the senior scientist at the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, ICBA, and coordination for the African region.
So he will take a minute to upload the presentation. I don't know how many of you know ICBA, International Center for Biosaline, based in Dubai. So I have a 2-minute video just to introduce my organization before I go for my presentation. So just to give you an idea from where I come. Thank you for listening. I hope you have some now idea. I try to avoid slides for myself to speak about this one. This was probably an easy way to go forward. Now, my topic for today is desalinization. We are talking about this issue since yesterday. I will particularly focus on the GCC countries. And you know, the GCC countries, when I say about 6 countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, from where I come. And this region is probably the driest part of the world, where the per capita water availability ranges from 16 in United Arab Emirates to 75, I think, in Qatar. So this is the most water shortage region in the world. And here you can see the water resources in these 6 countries. The data has been taken from different sources. So if you find any small little discrepancies, don't mind it. The actual thing is, you should see this, that 4th column, and 5th rather, 16 is for UAE and 275 for Oman. And the last 2 columns tell you the whole story, what is happening in GCC countries. We are extracting about 27.3 billion cubic meters of water from groundwater, whereas the recharge is only 5.6 billion cubic meters. Now you can see the huge gap between abstraction and the recharge. And that huge gap we have to fulfill somehow. And groundwater is one of the biggest opportunities which is heavily exploited. As an example, only in UAE, we are depleting our water 1.5 meters per year. And that is not sustainable under any conditions. The total water demand in GCC countries is about 35 billion cubic meters, and 80% comes from ground. Now, under these situations, all these countries are trying hard to cope with the water scarcity. 16% is only coming from desalinization. So it's a very small amount, but if you take into account the energy and the effort that we are putting into getting this water is huge. I will talk about it later. And the other thing is, we are talking about wastewater, treated wastewater. It is only 6% of the total demand. If you combine these two, for the 22% of the water, we are spending so much money, time, energy. And for the 80%, which we are getting from groundwater, is actually coming at a much lower cost, but at the cost of environmental degradation. So there is a balance somebody has to think about how to cope with this challenge in simple words. I don't want to make it very complicated. Now, we always talk about there is short water. Now let's jump to salinization. Let's jump to treated wastewater. It's not an easy thing to do. There are few things which we should be doing first before we think of additional water. It was working long time for the last 25 years on finding some potential solution. It is not only for GCC countries, it is for everybody. I'm coordinator for Africa region. We are working in West Africa, 9 countries. We are working in East Africa in 3 countries. We are working in Central Asia. Situation is more or less same in many countries, more or less, somewhere 5% less, 5% more. Now, first thing we should think of in these countries, avoid growing water-intensive crops. You know, in GCC countries, you go in Saudi Arabia or even in UAE, they don't have water, still they want to grow further. Alfalfa, the most water-intensive crop. It is banned now in UAE after our intervention. Rhodes grass, date palm is the iconic plant for this region. And you see the meter cube per hectare water requirement of these crops compared to many others which can be grown rather easily, but will probably have the same market value. So that is one thing that we should think how we can shift the cropping patterns to adjust according to our water availability. The second thing is how efficient we are in our water use. The situation is alarming also. No GCC country has more than 40% efficiency in water use. Although now almost 80%, 70% of the agriculture is shifted to drip or sprinklers, but they have their own issues. Water quality issue, which blocks the dripper every second day. There are many companies in the field now who are trying to solve this problem. It's all sand. The moment any drop of water falls on the sand, it disappears before you see it. The evaporation rates are very, very high, up to more than 3,000 millimeters a year. That's why in most of these countries, there is only one growing season, the winter season, which is going on now. After March, April, there will be hardly any field crop, except some perennial plants. Now, if you are really interested that we should increase our water use efficiency, one side is that you make lining of canals, infrastructure, everything. That's not easy thing also to do. The second part is, can we choose our crops wisely, which are more efficient in water use? I have given a few examples. If you see the extreme right side, these are the crops which are very water intensive. Be it rice or wheat or sugarcane or alfalfa or pasture, whatever. But if you are really interested to increase the water use efficiency, you should look in the middle. Cereals, 2.37 kilogram per meter cube of water you can get if you want to be very water efficient. Compare with oilseeds, compare with legumes, compare with fiber crops, very low, almost 5 times less. Now, if you are living in any region, forget about GCC. You are in West Africa, you are in Africa, you are in Pakistan, wherever. If you do not have water, like our Sindh, we don't have water, but we want to grow sugar. We don't have water in the south, but we want sugar. Now, if we are interested to use our water more efficiently, we have to choose the right crop. And there are number of options other than what I have shown here, which can give you the higher water use efficiency without shifting to very costly triple irrigation system. That is something we have to think about. Now, the third thing is which crops we should grow. ICPA has done a lot of work in the last 25 years. Here you see a lot of other crops which can be grown, which is also called biosaline agriculture. These are the crops which you can grow in highly salt-affected lands with very poor quality of water. So the two challenges which we normally have in any irrigated agriculture, the land and water, some of these crops can help you. How they can help you? You can look into this chart. Now you see, if you want to grow forages, I'm not saying that you should not grow forage, but choose the right forage. Now, buffalo grass, blue panicum, these other things, they can grow up to 15 decisiemens per meter if you have very bad poor quality soil, water out. Then there are others. If you are living near a coastal area and you cannot do any agriculture, go to salicorn. It can grow even half of the seawater. And then if you see other crops, mustard, love. So after the long experiments, we have found that these are the threshold values where you can, if your soil quality is of these decisiemens, if you have poor water quality, these are the probably crop you should choose for your land, which can give you high productivity, high income on farm, not off farm. So this thing we can adjust within our current cropping system in order to improve our water use efficiency and reduce our water consumption in the agriculture. Now, let's go to the other solution. Use non-conventional water, we call it. Desalinated seawater or treated waste. Now let's think about desalinated water. Look at this picture. 439 plants are working roughly, maybe few plus minus, with a total design capacity of 7.7 billion cubic. I'm talking about all GCC countries. And they are producing 5.75 because they're not running at their full capacity. Now, the total investment in these desalination plants have so far been up to $20 billion. It is expected to rise to 60 billion by 2050. Now, yesterday, my friend from Kuwait, he told that it is not sustainable, not going to work at all. You cannot spend $60 billion to grow cucumbers there or to grow wheat there. It's so expensive grains that you are going to get. And here I have given the list, which country is producing which much. And if you see the last column, you will see that all desalinated water, the percentage which is becoming part of their municipal supply system, the highest is in Bahrain, up to 90%. They are using it in their municipality supplies. Kuwait is also very high. Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and is little less. They are using it for different purposes, but the municipal share is about half of that. Now, the desalinization is very energy intensive option. Estimates now suggest, there are no definite figures about that, that 7 to 20% of their total energy production is going to desalination plants of most of the GCC countries. The energy used for desalination in UAE, for example, and Qatar is 30% of their total production. Because UAE is, after Saudi Arabia, is perhaps the largest desalination producing country. And where 15% of daily oil production of Saudi is going consumed by desalination plants. Now look at the cost and the energy that we are paying just to get 16% of water for agriculture or for other parts. So there is something really, something needs to be done to think whether they are, and the energy consumption is expected to triple by 2030. Because more and more plants are coming, more and more users in it, and the per capita water use is very high in most of these GCC countries. You know, if you go in any part of the world, you consume 175 to 220 meter cube per capita per day. That's the average water use. But in most of the GCC countries, it is over 500. Even in UAE, it's 550. Washing cars, gardening, everything is huge, despite the fact that every drop of water is costing us so much. So these practices have to be controlled if we really are interested in desalination water and its effective use. Now, the second option is wastewater. We always talk about wastewater collection, treatment, reuse. We look at this table. Some countries are treating water, but they're using it 100%. For example, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar. But some are not using it fully. The lowest is in Saudi Arabia. Only 16 to 20% of the water which they treat, they use beneficially. The rest is just siphoned to the sea. And that's a huge cost and loss of water. Why they don't do it, as many people have discussed already, there are 4 major challenges when we talk about treated wastewater. Health risks, we all know, contains heavy metals, arsenic, fluoride, whatnot. Institutional complexities and coordination. Many people discussed it yesterday. We also discussed public perception yesterday and financial feasibility and economics. Still, many countries do not have enough money to spend on this treating the wastewater up to a reason. All treated wastewater, which is being treated in GCC countries, is up to tertiary level. And you know, the tertiary level treatment cannot eliminate all heavy metals completely. It still contains there. That is the problem why people still consider that it's a health risk. Even in UAE, we can use it for landscaping, but we cannot use it even for fodder, which animals have to eat. Because if animals are contaminated, your meat, your milk, your everything will also be contaminated. But in addition to that, these are soft challenges, but there are hard challenges. The hard challenge is lack of delivery network. You go in Saudi Arabia, you go in UAE, despite all the development, wastewater treated is still supplied through tankers. There's no network of pipes. Now, if the plant is 10 kilometers away from your field, how you bring that water to your field to irrigate your crop? That's a big challenge. And most of these delivery of treated waste, even in our own institute, we get treated wastewater for our experiments, and tankers come every day. We get seawater through tankers. So that's a big hard challenge, our side, no network. And perhaps GCC countries are the only countries which have the most strict guidelines for treated wastewater than many other, even Arabian countries. If you go in many other Algeria, sometimes in Morocco also, people use still treated water for certain crops, barley or other. But in GCC countries, it is very, very strict. Even last year, we have talked and we told them that, can you replace your water which you are using in the construction industry in UAE so that you can save that fresh water for agriculture? So this debate is still going on. I don't know whether it will work or not. And the use of treated wastewater, as we discussed yesterday, it has its own perception, social perception, religious, and technical concerns. And to come over these challenges without doing that, there is no chance in future that its use for agriculture will be enhanced in these countries. Now, there are prospects. If we can overcome these issues, the good line, positive line is the full utilization of treated water can meet 11% of the total water demand, which is not being used if we start using it, and reduce fossil groundwater exploitation by 50%. So that's a positive side of that. If we are, that's why we need to work on those issues which are restricting us to use the treated wastewater. The advantage of using treated wastewater in GCC countries is soils are highly permeable, 97 to 98% fat. So they have the capacity to absorb these heavy metals, flush them easily, and then your soil will remain healthy. Our studies, I will present it tomorrow, on the treated wastewater have shown that if you grow leafy vegetables with treated wastewater, then you are more vulnerable to health risks than compared to fruit type. For example, if you take lettuce, you take spinach, and you grow it with treated wastewater, there are more chances that you will be contaminated. The theory is very simple. We all know, being agriculturists, that water is extracted from the root, pass through the stem, and evaporate through the leaves. This is the phenomenon. We call it transpiration. So when you take treated wastewater and it reaches to the plant leaves, the water is evaporated and salts are deposited on the leaves. And when you eat those leaves as your food, the chances are more that you can be contaminated because of that. But now consider you use it for sugar beet or potato. There is nothing that will be consolidated in the fruit because you will cut the leaves and throw them and you will eat that. The chances of that, I'm not saying it's zero, but the chances are there. But there are some studies and research has been done that how you can get these leaves eatable, even if they are grown after treated with water. Studies show that you should keep them in the storage at least for 48 to 72 hours, so that all the salts which are precipitated on the leaf, they are condensed. And then you wash them carefully 2-3 times, then the chances are that you will get rid of these heavy metals who are on the top of the leaves, and then they will be probably able to less contamination to you. And of course, this is not possible unless we solve these religious, social, and other issues. Now, I don't want to extend it too long. The key message which I want to give you is that despite massive investments in desalination and treated wastewater, only 39% is used on average. 61% is still unused. That is why these countries have to think seriously how to resolve these issues, get this 61% also used. The GCC countries need to think seriously, very, very seriously, whether they should continue growing fodder with exploited groundwater or shift to less water demanding crops. For the optimum use of treated wastewater for agriculture, of course, these issues need to be resolved. And we have big debate with Agriculture Ministry of UAE to stop fodder. To some extent, we are successful, but to some extent, we are not. Because that is the only source of groundwater that the farmers have. If you stop them, with a huge population of livestock, be it goats, animals, camels, and all that, from where they feed. Currently, if you go to Saudi Arabia or UAE or many other countries, fodder is being imported from Australia, Spain, and that's also a very expensive option. So I hope one day we will be able to resolve these issues. And for all our people, I'm giving example for few countries, but I think it is equally applicable all of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
As usual, any questions from anyone? No?
And the similarities and the challenges are so similar that I see so many synergies that are possible. And I see them as solutions over here. Because we are doing, if we are doing something wrong, if we are using a wrong crop, if we stop using that crop, half the problem goes away. And the biggest challenge, of course, is advocacy, acceptability, and that's the social.
Actually, we just finished a project in Sindh with KCIR funding. And we have introduced a lot of these crop varieties in Sindh.
In which area?
It was in a lot of area was in Hyderabad, in Jiwani area, in coastal area with IUCN and other colleagues.
Yeah, there's the Australian program going on, the salinity.
So we were part of that.
Okay.
And we have given a lot of these crop seeds to our friends in Niger. We have projects. I have in Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mozambique, Togo, Liberia, Sierra Leone, you name it. We have given all these type of seeds and have joint action with the Ministry of Agriculture there so that they can multiply these seeds and become self-sufficient rather than we keep sending it from the wild. So many things are working there. Some seeds are not growing well because of the local climatic conditions. And we have recently given to Uzbekistan also 25 varieties we give, and they have selected 8. Now they are producing about 20 tons of seeds of those varieties, which will be distributed free to the farmers with the help of the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development. Free.
So again, there needs to be like that cost benefit analysis of so much energy and obviously monetary resources going into treating water and then not being able to use it. And okay, maybe, 6 degrees of separation can say you're throwing it in the sea. So that's like an ecosystem service that you're not throwing in untreated water over there, but really the cost is astronomical. So there has to be some kind of a solution. Thank you very much.
Oh, there's a question again.
There's a question of, I spoke too soon. Sorry.
Keep it short because we're running short of time.
Assalamu alaikum. You said about the growing the leaves, the leaves vegetables to absorb the hard elements. It is scientific proof. Yes. And which type of the elements we? I will, sorry, I forgot to mention about this desalinization and treated wastewater. If anybody is interested, I have publications with me, my own publications and our institute. I can share it with you. You can read it in more detail. Rather than I start describing here, they have been published in very high quality journals in chemistry and others. So you can read it in detail, the analysis and the health quotient, the indicator which we have used. So just let me give you the email. I will send it to all of you. Whoever.
Doctor, may I suggest if there are more people interested,
Yeah.
in the WhatsApp group that we have, can it be shared over there, the link? And then, whoever wants to benefit.
I will
from
do
it.
that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We're back at the presentations now. Status of water, R&D in OIC member states and institutions. Our next speaker is from Pakistan, Dr. Iqta Rashid. I'm short of time, so I'll save the introduction, but you are a Director General of Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources and a noted distinguished expert in water resource research with over 20 years of professional experience.
You got the advantage of her coming from.
Sorry?
I said you had the advantage of her coming all the way
Yes,
down.
I know.
So you could do the
I got away with it that
introductions.
time. So if you can up, please.
First of all, I'll extend my thanks to the OIC member countries colleagues, which have already shared a part of that what Pakistan is also doing, but it is good to know that where the collaboration opportunities lie for all of us. And I'll just give an overview of what Pakistan is doing in terms of its water research. As I am from the Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources, which is the apex body of the Ministry of Water Resources, so we'll give a glimpse of what we are doing in the water sector. Pakistan's Ministry of Water Resources is having these organizations. I will not go into the details of this, but we'll just give an overview of the overall organization. As Pakistan's hydrological zones lie in the three major hydrological units, the green one is the Indus Basin, and the pink one is the closed basin, which is the Chagi Kharan Basin, and Pakistan's coastal area lies in the Makran coastal zone. And altogether, we are having about, I think, 256 billion cubic meter of water from all the water resources which are listed here, which includes our rivers, western rivers, eastern rivers, and also the snowfall, precipitation, and the glacial melts, and the groundwater abstraction. So with all these resources, Pakistan is also having one of the largest Indus irrigation system, irrigation system. And Pakistan is also having the fourth largest groundwater aquifer after the US, China, and India. With all these resources, still we are facing so many issues, and to handle these challenges and issues, Pakistan is having a landscape of the policies. Rather, I would say that Pakistan is rich in its policies. We have a national water policy, then our provinces have developed their own policies. We have legal instruments and in the form of the Water Acts and the Water Ordinance. But we are still at the infancy stage for developing the different types of the groundwater regulatory framework and the groundwater management system. Despite of all these policies and the legal instruments, Pakistan's major issues with respect to the water resources fall in the three categories: development, management, and governance. We are facing the water scarcity because sometimes in 1950s, we were having the per capita water availability of 5,000 cubic meter per person, and now it is declining below 1,000. As a result of that, we were predicted through the different types of the research undertaken in Pakistan and outside Pakistan that by 2025, Pakistan will run dry. So this had given an alarm in 2017, and the government started developing and extending its water storage capacity, and two big mega dams are under construction, and by 2029, they will add on in the our water storage capability. With the existing storages, we have sedimentation issues, then we are not harnessing the flood water. Pakistan has faced about 71 flood events since since it came into being, which were the major floods. But from 2010 to 2022, we faced several devastating floods. And in 2022, we had the flood which actually affected 33 million people. But due to the less infrastructural storages for flood water, we are not in the position to store that water, but that water, if we harness, will be helpful for the dry basins in the country. Then on the management side, we have again, as Dr. Asad Sarwar Qureshi has very elaborately explained the worth of the wastewater treatment. We are also facing the lack of the wastewater treatments, and we have not recognized the wastewater as a resource. And as a result of this, the groundwater quality and the surface water quality are also depleted and deteriorating. On the governance side, we are also having, we take water as a free entity. I don't know about other OIC countries much about the water pricing systems, just like the Australia, UK, and the Canada. But in Pakistan, still we need to have the rationalized water pricing system. And then again, under all these challenges are basically aggravating under the climate change and the rapid population growth. Our population is basically increasing at the growth rate of 2.8%. And as a result of that, Pakistan has touched the absolute water scarcity level, I think by going down under 1,000 cubic meter per capita per year. These are just a glimpse of our water challenges in the country. We also have the issues with the equitable distribution of the surface and groundwater, illegal, thefts, and then unfriendly ecotourism, and of course, the most important, the inefficient irrigation approaches and the irrigation systems. So considering that, we also came to know that we are, although abstracting more than 55 million acre feet of the groundwater, but over the time we have developed more of the tube wells in the country. And with this, we are also having the solarization, which will also enhancing the per day and the annual withdrawal of the groundwater from the developed tube wells. And with this, we came to know that we are depleting our groundwater, and we have, produced the overall groundwater map of the country with respect to the quantity and the quality. It took about 10 years to go through the groundwater situation of the whole country. And you can see the red one which are closer to the sea, are more saline, and then in the irrigated zones, which is represented by the green color, it is more, rich in the availability of the water as well as the water quality. As we move from this plain to the irrigated, to the side where Indus actually drains out into the Arabian Sea, we come across with the more saline area, more saline soil, and more saline water. This is available on our website, which I can share in the group, and it has all our publication related to the groundwater mapping of the whole country. As a result of this depletion problem in the different areas of Punjab and Balochistan province is specifically the arid area, and its groundwater drilling depth has even going beyond 1,200 feet. And we try to develop different approaches for the groundwater recharge. For plain areas and for hill terrain areas, this experiment became successful, and this included the layers of the different types of the media and the local indigenous material. And after conducting the proper lithological studies, we found that our experiment is successful. As a result of that, in this capital city of the Islamabad, where we are sitting now, where the groundwater drilling depth has gone down below 600 feet, we have developed the 100 recharge wells. And in the last 2 years, these recharge wells have actually rejuvenated the groundwater table by seeping down about 200 million gallons of the harvested rainwater into the groundwater aquifer. So similar experiments have been successful in the Balochistan region and in the other provinces of the country. We got the impacts of these groundwater recharge systems through the automated piezometers having the CTD divers, which tell us about after every every rainfall episode that how much of the groundwater table is rejuvenated. So with collaboration with the Korean International Cooperation Agency, we are expanding this activity, and we have a plan to develop the groundwater information management system specifically for the capital city of the Islamabad and the coastal area of the Sindh province. And all the piezometers to be installed in this activity will be having the automated system to monitor the fluctuation of the groundwater table and to come to know that which areas require more of the recharge activity. Then in the deserts, as mentioned by other colleagues, we have also developed the rainwater harvesting structures, rainwater harvesting ponds in somewhere started in 2005. And as a result of that, the two big deserts, specifically the Cholistan Desert, which is in the south of Punjab province of Pakistan, we developed 110 structures, and which used to store like 4 million gallons of water per pond. And as a result of that, there have been more vegetative cover. There was less migration of the livestock, and their morbidity and the mortality was reduced. These ponds have been replicated in the other desert areas of the country. Then the small-scale rainwater harvesting structures have also been developed in the third desert, specifically where the groundwater is saline. And some experiments by our Sindh office have also been successful with respect to the biosaline agriculture and the biosaline aquaculture. And we have also developed the small-scale structures, which are called tankas. And these tankas are capable to store water for a family of the 6 members and their livestock for a period of 6 months. Then we are also giving the technical support and the validation of the river discharge measurements to the Indus River System Regulatory Body, which is basically a body to manage the allocation of the Indus River water among the Pakistani provinces under the 1991 Apportionment Accord to minimize the conflicts between the provinces. Though this conflict, addressing system is working well, but still the conflicts are there. So we provide this neutral and third-party monitoring validation by using the ADCB instruments, utilization at the strategic sites of the Indus River. And this system is now expanding, and we are updating further this facility and will provide more support to the IRSA to minimize the conflicts between the provinces. The next part is very interesting, as colleagues from Oman have very well explained, and we also share the same heritage in the form of the Kare system, and which are called with the different names in the different countries, and Aflaj in Oman. We have completed the mapping of Karesis in the southern part of the Balochistan, and altogether it shows that in Balochistan there are about 1,300 Karesi systems, and 50% of those are reported to be functional and partly functional. And the others which are dried and which are not working, the main reasons were the rapid urbanization and stopping the usage of these Karesis by the community, or there was more expanded agriculture in those in the areas close to these Karesis. So with the help of UNESCO and with our own initiative, not only we have completed the mapping, but a governance framework for the legal protection of the Karesis is also developed, involving and engaging the local community. And other than this digital inventory of the Karesis, we have also, presented a model of the rejuvenation or the rehabilitation of the Karesis, and making community aware of the worth and the value of the Karesis. And these Karesis are actually in those areas where there is already depletion of the groundwater. So the revival of the Kares has been very much highlighted from our R&D work. And this is an example which you can see those Karesis were just like Daudi Kares in Oman, and having its own source and the mother well. And we have tried to clean these and presented a SOP for the cleaning and rejuvenation, and developed some structures to increase and enhance the flow from these Karesis. And as a result of that, the local communities benefiting from these structures in terms of the domestic use and agriculture and growing orchards and for all the activities. These are some of the examples, and the areas where these Karesis are, most of the areas are not very urbanized, and these the population is also, in the form of the different clusters or the hamlet. A community of about 700 to 1,000 houses are in these hamlets, and sometimes there are 200 houses only, and they are using this Kares water in the best possible way. Then to further recharge the groundwater and the springs of these Karesis, we have also harnessed the potential of the hill torrents from the hilly areas of the Balochistan and diverted that water into the inverted wells to rejuvenate the groundwater and to recharge these Karesis. Then we are also undertaking the crop water requirement activities in the different centers of PCRWR. And in all the provinces, we have the LICE meter, and LICE is a Greek word, which means water, and meter is the measurement. So we undertake the real-time experiments for the different crops which are grown in those areas to find out how much of the crop water is required in the different geographical areas under the different climate change scenarios by the cereal crops and the fodder crops and the different types of the fruit and vegetable crops. And this data, in addition to the data we extract from the satellites of the University of Washington and NASA, we have developed a irrigation advisory system, and 100,000 farmers are sent SMS based on on this data, how much of the irrigation water they are required and when to irrigate, and when to skip the irrigation. So this is now on the open source, and all the other agencies and the private companies are also, and the farmers are benefiting from this data. Time to time, we also, try to preach the growing of the different crops using the traditional and the old approaches, like growing on the bed and furrows and ridges, and cutting down the excess use of the flood water in the form of the surface irrigation by adopting these approaches, because the indigenously still the manufacturing of the drip and sprinkler irrigation is not very common in Pakistan, and the import requires a lot of investment. So that we try to find out the best possible practices and try to adopt those practices and also disseminate to the farmers. So I think I also suggest this, that the OIC countries can also collaborate on making an inventory of the best practices in the irrigation water management and the other types of the water management, and the countries can make use of the best and the highly effective experiences from each other. The third core area for research is the water quality assessment and management. And we also launched the National Water Quality Monitoring Program in 2001, which was the pioneer program of the country, which produces the surface and groundwater data of the whole country. And that data is, also reported to the Joint Monitoring Program of the United Nations to report for the SDG 6.1.1 and also for the SDG 6.3.2. So all of these activities are ongoing. We are working on the microbial contamination, arsenic. Arsenic is also a challenge in the country, and specifically in the two provinces. And likewise, we are also gauging how we are approaching towards the SDG 6.1.1. And if you see that in 2022, we came to know that 39% of the population is having the safe water, and remaining 61% out of that, 43% have the microbial contamination. And there are several reasons for that. So if we continue with this pace, we thought that by 2030, we will be having only 69% of the population to stick to the safe water. So we have shared all of these results and reports in 2020 with all the provincial governments and the federal government, that we need to expedite all of our investment, technical capacity, and all the efforts by fourfolds. So luckily, after this report, the UN program has also recommended in 2023 that all the countries need to increase their efforts by fourfold. Then surface water is also an issue, and we are also working on the persistent organic pollutants under the Stockholm Convention, which Pakistan signed in 2005. And we monitored these POPs for over the 10 years in the surface water, groundwater, biota, sediments, and everywhere, and we came up with a plan from the Ministry of Climate Change on the national phase-out plan for the POP stockpiles in the country. With this, we are also working on the seawater intrusion in the coastal areas of the Sindh province, and this project is ongoing. And luckily it shows that so far we have not moved much in the seawater intrusion, but some of our areas very close to the coastal belt, like the Badin district, it has an issues with the seawater intrusion, and it is also impacting the mangrove. We are also undertaking trying to improve the quality of the bottled water in the country. Since 2006, we are undertaking the quarterly monitoring of the bottled water and sharing the findings with all the food authorities, with all the implementing agencies, so that the illegal brands can be controlled. And this is also one of the milestone activity which we have undertaken over the years, and all of our reports are available on the website. These are some of the examples of our community engagement programs to demonstrate the models that how the communities can be engaged in the decentralized water treatment systems, and how they can benefit, and how the sustainability of the drinking water treatment models can be ensured. This is a glimpse of our water smart building, or the redefining the zero liquid discharge systems, which is basically for the industry, but we have defined this system for the buildings. And that includes that every building in Islamabad or in the metropolitan city should have its own rooftop rainwater harvesting system. It should have its own groundwater recharge system, and it should have its own bioremediation-based wastewater treatment system. First of all, we have implemented this system in our own buildings at the PCRWR head office, and we are trying that we should not release any of the outflows out of the building, and if any outflows are going out, these should be well treated. As in the previous presentation, the wastewater treatment implications and its constraints have been well discussed. So we have our own lab, and the waste of the labs are also being treated by these constructed wetlands, and which are now accompanied by the treatment with using the bioconsortia to reduce the sludge. So these experiments are successful, and the cost-effective model is present here. And this is a model which we presented for the building. Then the last one, we do not want to keep our research with ourselves, and want to share and disseminate our findings with the young generation so that they can also understand the water problems and water and climate problems of the country, and they can also understand the solutions required in the future so that their studies and their research can be focused accordingly. We have conducted the different types of the training programs, short-term, medium-term, and the long-term training for water quality assessment and management, groundwater hydrology, groundwater mapping, wastewater treatment, and all the aspects which come under the purview of the water sector. And so you can see here, and we also take them to the different demonstration and different types of the water treatment facilities for their learning. Time to time, we come across with the climate-induced disasters and other disasters. For example, earthquake and floods and the cholera outbreak. We have been pioneer in providing a very important support, technical support to the implementing agencies and the communities for the assessment of the damage and assessment of the causative agents for the waterborne diseases, and disinfection and disinfection capability, as well as for the provision of the safe drinking water. So these are just few glimpses at what we have worked during the floods and during the cholera outbreak. And cholera is a big issue. With every 0.1 degree Celsius of the rise in temperature, there will be more than 5% of the cholera outbreak which have been forecasted by the WHO and some recent researchers. So we are also working on that, and we are also working on the antimicrobial resistance. Recently, we have developed Pakistan's first national strategy for environmental surveillance of the AMR in the environment. And we have a partnership with the Fleming Fund, and we are undertaking the continuous surveillance of the different types of the priority pathogens, which basically contribute into enhancing the antimicrobial resistance in the water and the wastewater systems of the country, which have been basically contributed by the different types of the AMR sources of animal and the livestock and human health and other sectors. Finally, we disseminate all the research findings to different stakeholders, including the international researchers, national and international researchers, and school and college and university students and the general public. It includes 3 days 3 to 4 days international conference under the Pakistan Water Week, and a 2 days national water festival in which the students are given the chance to compete in the different competitions and brainstorm themselves on the water issues, water and climate issues of the country, and with the solutions so that they can be engaged in the future. So these are just the a brief overview of what we are doing. But other than this, for the OIC, from the OIC platform and the comstech, I have some suggestions for the regional collaboration that, as earlier colleagues have mentioned, that there should be the mapping of expertise, and I also endorse this. And I would also suggest that if OIC, from the OIC platform, if a coordination portal can be developed, which should be based on the 5 Ws, like who, why, where, when, and whom. And it will be very easy to coordinate with each other and come to know the different expertise. Like when we apply for the different international projects, it would be this kind of the portal would help us to build the consortium for the different projects we intend to apply and submit the proposal. And secondly, obviously, the capacity building would be a big, advantage for all of us after this mapping and the coordination portal. And as I came to know that the Malaysia's organization, like its scope is very close to us, and we can send our researchers there and we can have more benefit and the more training. And likewise, I also, I can see that we can have more collaboration with those countries like Oman, where the Karezis are present, and we can work more for the rehabilitation and increasing the value of the Karezis for the local community. Similarly, I also suggest that there should be some inventory of the best water management practices in agriculture, water management, irrigation, and wastewater treatment and other areas. And this would be very helpful. And also for the flood management and the flood protection. And we all can take benefit of and advantage of these knowledge on the best management practices. Then the data analytics are very important, and as nowadays the AI and the different types of the data analytics and the big data analytics capabilities are very much required. So the countries like Turkey and Malaysia and the other countries which have this capability, they can help those the other professionals like our professionals, they need this training. And finally, the flood and drought management, as I said earlier, it would be sharing the information on this would be very helpful for the countries which are facing this condition like Pakistan. And finally, the collaboration between the academia and R&D organization is very, very important. So I hope that after this event and after this workshop, there would be some action plan on which we can also contribute effectively. Thank you very much.
Getting rather late, I suggest we break for lunch. We've got 4 more presentations as part of this section. So would it be okay?
I mean,
just
we'll put
throwing
it, I know we are getting signals that there are people who would really like to break for lunch. We have 4 eminent participants. If we take all 4 of them, then we are probably looking at another 45 minutes. So maybe we can just to shave off a little bit of the lunch break. Would you be able to manage in 45 minutes?
That'd be good for you.
If we break right now and we come back and we have our participants from, we have Qatar, we've got Egypt, and we've got Saudi Arabia to go. And then of course, the post-match presenters like, so we have Senegal.
So we can start at 2:30 if you like. Would that be?
Is it okay? 2:30, can we target 2:30 for returning?
Yeah.
Thank you. We don't want to keep you waiting. And I know that there have been time overruns, but all the presentations were so important and so, engaging that we didn't want to rush our presenters.
I think everyone needs an opportunity to say what they want to say.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Could you please make your way to the podium? It will be.
It's a rainy day, so we don't want to take that chance. So we try to consider the traffic. Do we have the representative of Saudi Arabia here as well? One, the other one?
Okay, so shall we start? Yes, the Qatar is there as well. Yes. Okay, we allow the guys. Let's start. But I think everyone deserves a fair time to express their opinions. Sorry, Dr. Sabai, if you could just give you a short introduction to yourself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Ahmed Al-Balesi. I am from Egypt. I am working in the Water Resources Research Institute. This Water Resources Research Institute is one of 12 institutes comprising the National Water Research Center of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. The institute has 4 departments. And Water Resources Institute is the pioneer in the fields of Wadi hydrology study, Nile River Basin study, groundwater development, and integrated water resources and management. The title of my presentation today, From Risk to Resources, Sustainable Solution for Flood in Egypt. Here we will discuss the critical role of storm water management in building resilient cities, reducing flood risk, and improving water quality. The content of the presentation: water resources in Egypt, rainfall distribution over Egypt, cases of event damage, frequent of storm, flood management, rainwater harvesting, conclusion. This slide is presenting the water resources in Egypt. Egypt is characterized by a dry climate. The desert covers most of land. The major challenge is the rapidly increasing gap between limited water resources and the rising demand from fresh water. The area of Egypt is about 1 million square kilometers, and the population increased from 22 million people in 1950 to 107 million now. And it will be increased in the future between 122 150 million by the year of 2015. Water scarcity is defined when the per capita share of water is less than 1,000 cubic meter per year. The per capita share in Egypt is currently about 500 cubic meter, which but Egypt among the country facing water scarcity. Here we can see the water resources and water demand. So the total resources in Egypt comes from outside Egypt, from Nile River, about 55.5 million cubic meter, deep aquifer 2.45 million cubic meter, and the rainfall about 1.3 million. Groundwater 2.45, so the total water resources 61.7. And the water demand for agriculture, we need about 61.65 billion cubic meters, and domestic use 10.7 million cubic meters, industry 5.4, evaporation 2.4. So the total required water about 80.25 billion cubic meters. So there is a gap between water demand and water requirement, and we can fill this gap by desalination with 23.5 and water reuse with 21 billion cubic meter per year. And last year we implement also the largest water treatment in the world. It's called Bahr al-Bakar water treatment. The capacity of this water treatment about 5.6 million cubic meter per day. And the second largest one is called Daba water treatment, and the capacity is about 7 million cubic meter per day. Challenge facing the water sector in Egypt, the high rate of population increase, the increase of water needs due to living standard increase, the overuse of water in the different sector, limited available water resources, the increased food gap, pollution of water channel upstream Nile basin development, the climate change. Here this figure presents the rainfall over Egypt. Egypt is a highly arid country and receives very little annual precipitation. Rainfall in Egypt is very scarce, range from 0 millimeter per year in the desert, which cover about 93% from the area of Egypt, to 140 millimeter in the north coastal region. The annual amount of rain water does not exceed 1.3 billion cubic meter per year. The average annual rainfall water that is effectively utilized for agriculture purposes is about 1 billion cubic meter per year. In this slide, here is the three station for annual rainfall. The first station called Saloum at western north coast. It's near to Libya. The second is station Saint Catherine at Middle Sinai. The third Suez North Red Sea. Yes, this is for previous period. So we can see here for three stations the average annual precipitation are decreasing and the extreme value are increasing, and this is due because of the effect of climate change. Here we can see the effect of flash flood. The flash flood has destructive power on life and infrastructure as seen in this picture. So the last 10 years, the flash flood has been occurred in Egypt and destroyed some cities, as in happened in Aswan 2021 and Taba 2010 and Al Arish flash flood happened 2010 also, and Alexandria 2015, Ras Gharib 2016, and this is the occurrence of this flash flood last 10 years because of the climate change. Here we can see here the number of affected city and the frequency of flash flood. We can see the number of affected city increased at the last 10 years, and also the frequency are increased last 10 years. So to mitigate the effect of flash flood, we have structural measures and non-structural measures. The structural measures like embankment, dam, reservoir, channel improvement, drainage improvement, diversion of flood river. Non-structural measures like monitoring, flood forecasting, early warning system, flood plain zones, afforestation, community participation. Here is some example for some protection dam, and here is the storage dam, so-called Rawafa Dam, which protect the El Arish city from the flash flood, and we can store here about 5 million cubic meter can be used for all purposes there in El Arish. And here is a storage lake, Wadi Watir, and the mountain lake in Wadi El Arish. And this is underground tank, Wadi El Gharib in the Dahab city. All of this structure saved the area from flash flood. Here is some example for successive story of structural measure. So artificial channel at Wadi Ruwaiba in Ain Sokhna. This industrial area in Ain Sokhna hosts significant investment including Nasr Chemical Company, Ain Sukna Board, Sedif Company, Sumit Company, a lot of companies here. The total investment in the economic zone are estimated at approximately 6 billion Egyptian pound. Here, the stages of construction, the canal is designed for 200-year return period and can carry 600 cubic meter per second. The construction was divided into 4 phases, so we finished the 3 phases and we still working in the phase number 4. Here we can see the video. So during, at the end of the construction of the canal, a flash flood happened and it was diverted safely to the Suez Gulf as seen here in this video. Before implementing this channel, a flash flood destroyed a lot of companies there. So after this, we saved the economic zone by using this artificial canal. Also, for non-structural measures, we have a system to predict the rainfall before happening with 3 days, as seen in this picture. So also, we updated all previous study done for last period. So increase in rainfall intensity exceeding the 100-year return storm, designing protective structure, repeated occurrence of such storm cases damage to protective structure, updating hydrological study given the availability of new observation data and increase the design storm to 200 years. The Ministry has set a priority plan to update all previous study using a higher return period storm, such as 200-year return period, and this is the area was updated so we can see here all wadis along the Red Sea and North and the Mediterranean Sea. So we updated all the previous study for this area done for 100 years to be at 200-year return period. Also, the Water Resources Research Institute prepared the Atlas Flood series for all government in Egypt. It includes mapping, present the hotspots for Wadi system, help in developing a good urban planning in order to preserve lives and property from the danger of sudden flood. Here, success is a story also for water harvesting. This project has 3 main objectives: development, non-traditional water resources, rainwater harvesting, ground recharge, and cultivation of medical herbs and vegetables. Some areas of Sinai are characterized by high mountains. Their mountains have depressions between them, which can be used to store water by adding a small structure. In the institute begin to adapt the idea as a natural-based solution and develop it, and called this technology mountain lakes. The preparation phase was based on several stages. The first stage was hold the meeting with beneficiaries and listen to their opinion as a community expert. The meeting ended with 100 proposed locations. The second stage was based on the technical study by analyzing rainfall data, defining prioritizing the active wadi based on the hydrological model. After that, the survey team went to the field to do field measurements soil sampling. After that, the design team give a dimension for the lakes and dams and weir. The third stage is to construct of mountain lakes as seen in the photo within 2 years. The project were able to construct 191 lake with capacity of 300,000 cubic meter. This picture shows the lake were totally full with water in 2016. The second objective of this project was to groundwater recharge. Shallow well were drilled to help the local community to take water. In addition, a number of bathymeters were constructed to monitor the water table. The result at the end of the project concluded the rising of water table in the area. The local community in the area is famous for cultivating mythical herbs, vegetable in greenhouse. The project helped them to adapt modern irrigation technique for water security. Here we can see a video. So we can see this video shows a cascade lakes where the first one was filled and started to fill the second one. So the conclusion, this project include all nexus, perspective, water, food, energy, in addition to three pillar of sustainability, environment, society, and economic. Conclusion. Flash flood in Egypt pose significant risk, but also after opportunity for water resources management, structural measures, dam, artificially channel, help control and redirect flood water. Non-structural measures like early warning system, hydrological study, public awareness, enhance verification and resilience. Rainwater harvesting is a sustainable solution for increased water availability, supporting agriculture and replenishing groundwater. Continuous research and technological advancement are essential to improving flood management strategy. Collaboration among policymakers, researchers, and local community is the key to effective and sustainable flood mitigation. Transforming challenges into opportunity will strengthen Egypt water security and the climate adaptation effort. Thank you very much. Actually, I want to give you the idea about my work and the Water Research Center, but you can see it in the presentation here. So we have 12 institutes. We are familiar with all branches of water and hydraulic structure. And also we have regional training center can give courses for all branches of hydraulics and related to water structure.
Thank you. I mean, this is why we had suggested that if all the presentations are put up on that WhatsApp group that we have, and if you have any videos you would like to share or any other, just put the link over there. And I'm sure everybody is interested in this topic and we will be going through it. So we'll be able to access it. We'll have to unfortunately shorten the time. We don't want to stop anybody in the presentation.
Now thank you very much. Mr. Kashif Rasool, who is the representative from Qatar, senior scientist, Water Center, Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute at the Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar.
Meanwhile, trying to open the presentation, I would like to get the introduction. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your kind introduction. And it's a great honor to be here and present Qatar on this forum of the water professional of OIC countries. I belong to Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute, where I am working as a senior scientist. And my today's talk will be about having a brief introduction about the institute itself, and then overview of the water sector in Qatar, about salination, how we are utilizing the wastewater for its reuse in different applications, and then brief overview about the such activities that we are doing at our institute. So Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute is part of Hamad bin Khalifa University, and it is a national research institute with a mandate to address the great challenges that Qatar is facing related to energy, environment, and water sector. So we have four research centers within the institute named Energy Center, Water Center, Environment Center, and a unit called the Advanced Material Development Center, which is actually to develop the advanced material for their applications in energy, water, and environmental remediation. We are about more than 130 researchers. With four research centers are the entities with a laboratory space of around 4,000 square meters. And we also have an outdoor testing facility where we actually have several pilot plants for different our research activities to upscale our laboratory results, and it spans over an area of around 35,000 square meters. So coming towards the water center and its activities, so objective of the water center is to enhance the water security by developing sustainable solutions to reduce demand for water and increase the availability of alternative water resources. So we are actually focusing on four different objectives. The first one is to develop the cutting-edge water research and innovation, where we are focusing on development of the technologies, physicochemical and biological, to treat the wastewater and produce water produced from the gaseous oil field in Qatar. We want to support Qatar's water security and climate resilience. We are promoting decentralized water solutions to particularly focusing on the remote areas, and for the small industries, provide them the localized solution on their industry or on the agriculture farms. So the aim is to provide the decentralized solutions tailored to their needs. We are also working on fostering a circular economy, where we are working on the waste and wastewater, which is rich in organic matter. So to utilize these organic matters and convert them to different valuable products to promote the circular economy and sustainability. We have several advanced laboratories which are equipped with state-of-art equipment, very advanced one for water, wastewater, and environmental analysis, and our different project activities. So these labs include the membrane labs, which are equipped with different equipment for material synthesis, for membrane fabrications, and for then their application about reactor studies. We have water processing labs. We have outdoor testing facilities specifically for the water. We have laboratories related to environmental chemistry and environmental microbiology and bioprocessing. So as earlier very well explained by Dr. Asad Qureshi about the status of the water and desalination in the GCC countries, as mentioned, Qatar is among one of the countries which have very limited water resources, no fresh water resources at all. So there is very small annual rainfall of about 82 millimeter per year. So we get almost 97% of our water in Qatar from the desalination activities. And here, this, if you see the graph, it shows increase in our desalination plant production starting from 2012 to 2019, for example, in time of 7 years. The production almost got more than the double one. So the current desalination plants, they are producing around over 900 million cubic meter per year of the potable water. And our focus is towards now utilizing the other resources, exploring the resources within the country to decrease our focus on the desalination. So what we are doing, we are trying to focus on the reuse of the water from the wastewater, from the produced water, and the other type of the waters that are available in the country. So currently, 3% of the municipal wastewater requirements are being met by the treated wastewater or the treated sewage. Here, this graph shows the TSC generation from 2010 to 16 and its application in different sectors. You can see here the TSC generation has increased about 3.5 times over the last 7 years. And in 2016, if we see, there were 204.4 million cubic meter of the TSC generated. And if you see the use of these this TSC generated, it's being utilized for different applications. And the major one is in the agriculture and irrigation of the green spaces. So we don't use this sewage effluent from the wastewater treatment plants for the actually food plants or agriculture. So we utilize it for the fodder crop and then for the green spaces for the like parks and other horticulture activities. So what we are doing actually, we are doing the tertiary treatment followed by RO and then disinfection by chlorine, or then utilizing the other advanced activities like oxidation, advanced oxidation, ozonation, and UV disinfection. So the water is very clean, and if you see, actually the standard is like drinking water. But due to our social and cultural or religious beliefs, it's not acceptable to utilize for the drinking, but it's very much fit to utilize for the other activities. So not only the treated sewage we are utilizing, but also the other type of the wastewater generated from different industries are being recycled and utilized for different applications. For example, I would like to give one example about Baladna dairy farm. They have around 30,000 of the animals and one of the largest producers of the dairy products in the country. So they are almost producing around 6,000 cubic meters of the wastewater per day, and whole of the wastewater generated on their farm, it is recycled and utilized for their agricultural activities and cooling or other activities within the farm. Also, another example is the Wokud, which is almost a state-owned company related to distribution of the gas and its selling of the gas to the customers. So they are having also the car wash plant. So almost all of the car wash plants that they are now installing recently, they have the facility to recycle the water. So 90% of the water which is used for the car wash on their stations, it is recycled to be utilized again for the washing purposes. So these are just a few examples that we are utilizing in the Qatar to reuse the wastewater or the other water which is generated within the country for the reuse of the. So now coming towards how does KIRI or our institute help to achieve all of these goals? We are very well aligned to Qatar National Vision and Qatar National Development Strategy 2030 to utilize the wastewater and promote the circular economy and sustainability. So what we are focusing on in our institute, we are working on advanced treatment of produced water from the gas field for different types of applications. As we know, Qatar is one of the largest producers of gas. It owns around 40% of the world gas reserves and generates millions of the cubic meters of produced water. This produced water is actually very toxic, which is full in organic compounds. It has high salinity, oils, and heavy metal components. So it is actually challenging to treat this wastewater and make it able to be utilized for the applications. So our main objectives in these projects are to apply advanced physicochemical and biological processes to remove these pollutants and make this water suitable for the application. So I will try to be very quick. I will not go into details because of the time constraints. So just a brief overview. We are also trying to develop the municipal wastewater treatment technologies, which have the lower footprint, more environment friendly, and economically sustainable. So we are working on the advanced biological processes, for example, applying regenerated bioreactors to explore different type of the nutrient removal technologies like nitrification, simultaneous nitrification, denitrification, and ammonia processes, or partial nitration, something like this. Also, we are working on the removal of the emerging pollutants like PFAS, solids, microplastics. So we are also like in this one integrating the biological and other membrane processes in the development process or the treatment process. Another research area that we are focusing on is towards conversion of the organic matter coming from the wastewater treatment plants like sludge or the biosolids or the waste produced from the food processing industries. So these all of the wastewaters are enriched in like organic components and the nutrients. So to aim is to convert these nutrients into valuable products. So we are having several different types of projects, including working on production of the microbial protein from these waste materials to utilize as animal feed within the country. Also to produce the bioplastics, which are biodegradable and environment friendly, to produce the biochar or the hydrochar, which can be utilized for the soil enrichment or the enhancement of the soil fertility or the wastewater treatment application. We're also working on the desalination system, of course, because we depend on the desalination. So what we are doing here now, we are focusing on the RO technologies. Membrane fouling in the process is one of the great challenge. So we are trying to address these fouling issues by developing the advanced materials and by developing the RO process or the optimization of the process itself. Another area is in our water quality, which is related to wastewater-based epidemiology. For example, during the COVID times, we led a national project for monitoring of RNA viruses of the COVID-19 from the samples coming from the 9 different wastewater treatment plants in Qatar. So on the daily basis, we were monitoring the COVID-19 virus in the sewage samples, and we were providing this to the Ministry of Public Health as an important database to see how there are changes coming into the community towards the coronaviruses. And we have actually enhanced this one, and now we are tracking other different type of the pollutants and the viruses or bacteria to develop wastewater-based epidemiology research and the database for the country. These are different companies, industries, or the universities within the Qatar and out of the Qatar with which we are having the partnerships and the collaborations. I would just like to highlight few opportunities that we may have for our colleagues from the OIC countries. We have a program to host the visiting research fellows, including the PhD students and other professionals, which can be from 3 months to 1 year. And there are funding opportunities available case-to-case basis, covering from the basic cost of the living expenses to the whole living cost. So it can be discussed. We have joint research and knowledge exchange opportunities. We can submit the project to our DI Council, which is one of the national agency for the funding of different projects. We can together explore these one, and we can submit the joint proposal to QRDI for different their funding calls. And also we are open to aligning our water security objective with our OIC member countries and for transboundary water cooperation efforts and opportunities. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Now we come to this first of the 2 presentations by representatives from Saudi Arabia. The first will be by Dr. Bandar Al-Qutebi, who is the strategic planner and senior advisor for water strategies at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Sir.
Your Excellency, esteemed participant, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Bandar Al-Utaibi, Bandar as in Arabic, not in Urdu, please. And I work as an advisor, senior advisor in the Ministry of Environment and Water and Agriculture. We will be presenting two presentations as Saudi delegates today. I'll be talking about a glimpse of the Saudi water sector, and my colleague here, Dr. Maha, will talk about the innovation ecosystem of water sector in Saudi Arabia. So as we know, Saudi Arabia is an Arab country, and it's a very large country. It's around 2.15 million kilometers square. It has a large population. There is 36 million people living in Saudi Arabia right now, and we're expecting to reach 50 million by 2030, which is just like 6 years from now. So we have a great challenge in that aspect. Also, as we mentioned, that it's predominantly to be a climate, arid climate country. There is a limited precipitation in its southern areas. Also, we don't have rivers or lakes in Saudi Arabia. We are exploiting our non-renewable groundwater, and agriculture raises great challenges for us. But despite these challenges, in Saudi Arabia, we tackle some of the issues, and we have our own characteristic that is distinguished from other countries. We have the world's largest desalination capacity. We produce more than 10 million cubic meter per day. And also we have the largest water transmission network. We have more than 10,000 kilometers, and I'm talking about transmission. That's the line from desalination plants to the cities, which is a big pipeline that even car can go through it. It's literally artificial rivers. We have ambitious sector targets. We want to increase TSE use to 90% by 2030. And also we have giga projects and huge water infrastructure. For example, Ras Al Khair, we have 23 billion Saudi Riyal project to desalinate water. Also, we have harmonized governmental entities. We have more than 10 governmental entities in Saudi Arabia that just focused in water issues. But allow me to tell you the stories. Before the strategies, we have many issues. But after the strategy implemented, we find many solutions, and I would like today to share with you the success that we have made, and yet the challenges that we have to overcome. Before the strategy, we have non-renewable aquifers depletions, which is raise a huge challenge for us, and there is elevated consumption in the urban sector, and also the surface is very poor, and limited commercial utilization for the sector. Private companies do not participate in the water sector. We have also regulatory gap. So when the Saudi came with the national water strategy in 2018, and this is just a strategy that's been working for 2 years. So we started 2016, and the we start implemented the strategy in 2018. And the objective of this strategy is just simple objective. We have 5 pillars. We look into the availability and demand or management demand, or also we have quality and affordability, and we have environmental aspects and economic sustainability. And to achieve these goals, the national strategy has introduced 10 programs. Okay, and in each program there are many initiatives, total 56 initiatives, and 4 of these programs concern about restructuring the sector, and 1 is to introduce water law. The other water management, privatization, reduce risk of in case of emergencies. So there are examples of major milestones that we have achieved from 2018. 1 is the introduction of the Saudi Irrigation Organization. 1 is the law of water in Saudi Arabia. And also there is the National Center for Water Efficiency and Conservation. And you can see from the figure on the right that these milestones have changed the water sector in Saudi Arabia. For example, from the source perspective and also from the sector perspective, you see that we have in 2016, we have been asked or we consumed 25 billion meter cube of water, while in 2022 we have we consumed only 16 billion meter cube. So also another milestone that has come last year is the Saudi Water Authority was established, and this is to oversee the regulation of activities and services related to the water sector. As I mentioned, that there was a water law, comprehensive water law, that issued by the Saudi government. It was issued 2020, and this has 77 articles that manage 5 objectives: provide safe and clean, reliable, high quality, and affordable water supplies, enhance private sector engagement, and preserve and develop, protect water resources. Because before, there is no water law that prohibit people from digging wells whenever or wherever they want, because many of the parts are non-renewable water, groundwater. And as I mentioned, also we have restructured the sectors, and we have 9 entities. The first one is the Deputy Ministry of Water. This is where I work, and this focuses on policy making, strategies, supervisory and sector planning, and managing and regulate natural water resources. And it comes the Saudi Water Authority, which is the regulate activities, and we have other entities. One of them, the Saudi Water Partnership Cooperation, and it's mandated to become the principal buyer. And this will enhance, or it's become instrumental for B3, for private sector participation. And this is an example of private sector participation. We have different types of participation, or let's say it's contracts, and we had 15 projects from 2018 to 2023, which is attracted 28 billion Saudi riyals in investment. 30 of them are from foreign companies and 70 local companies. And when we see the impact of the strategy on the supply chain, we see that the numbers that showing on the screen, that the water production, water transmission, and water storage, and so on and so forth, they have enhanced by a lot of amount from 2016 to 2024. Also, we are committed to have a net zero carbon emission by 2060. And we know that water sector contribute about 6 to 10 of carbon emission in the worldwide. So what we do, we tackle also this problem using the supply chain management. We have the water production, we have to transition to reverse osmosis and reduce energy consumption. And we achieve records on these accomplishments. We're also implementing solar power desalination. And the same thing goes for water distribution and usage and water reuse. Besides the local transformation, we have also being a leader in global water dialogue. We have the Prince Mohammed bin Salman has announced the Global Water Organization, and which you are invited to be a member of. Also, we have the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Prize, and this prize is giving internationally for researchers and projects that pioneer water solutions. And you are also invited to apply for this prize. And we have Saudi Water Forum, which has transformed to the Saudi Water Week. And we introduce G20 Water Dialogue. Also, we will be hosting the 11th World Water Forum in Riyadh. You are invited to participate and attend. Also, Saudi Arabia announced the International Water Research Center. They announced it in COP16 last December. And we have also several water entities developing executive plans to promote innovative technologies and practices. We have efficient irrigation practices from the Saudi Irrigation Organization. We have also water use digital monitoring or digitalization of the water sector. We have rainwater runoff harvesting projects. We also have projects with industry and desalination plants to have a zero liquid discharge. And also during COP16, we announced another initiative, which is the Net Positive Water Initiative. And we have also a pilot project in Alif in South Saudi Arabia, irrigation with the reduced salinity seawater. We have many research centers. There are a couple of them, and Dr. Maha will talk about more centers. We have the Water Desalination Reuse Center in KAUST, and we have a Water Research Center, and so on and so forth. And each center have its own spirit, have its own focus, so they complement each other. It's not just copy and paste centers. So they tackle different problems, different challenges. With that, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we wait for your colleague to finish, or would you like to take questions if there are any?
But I have to remind you that I am advisor, so any question, or advisor/consultant, so any question, I need 1 hour to Google it and answer you.
So we'll hear you out by the time he comes here. What would you want to know?
Sure.
Yes, we can also carry the conversation on WhatsApp now. The ladies here
Well, this is could be a problem, but when you manage the role of each and mandate of each entity, and it's clear to them their responsibilities and their focus in a certain area, that will be not a problem. The problem comes when there is overlaps of responsibilities. When it comes to overlaps, there could be a problem of pointing fingers, etc. But in Saudi Arabia, we redefine the role and responsibility of each entity. And we took previously we took the approach that is one entity, and this make the scope of the entity is very large and cannot meet the target of such big scope. So, thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Mahal Johani, who is the Director of Partnership for Research Innovation at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture in Saudi Arabia.
So while her presentation is being uploaded, I'd like you to just recall the presentation made by Morocco. And they had said they had an interministerial body. Maybe, you know, those separate entities also have a coordination mechanism to smooth out those issues.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind introduction and for your great hospitality. It's such a great honor to represent Saudi Arabia. I'm here today to represent also the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, especially the Deputyship for Research and Innovation. And I'm going to represent our initiative for the research and innovation for the ecosystem. So we have the National Research Development Innovation Strategy that sets high expectation on MIWA to steer and enable the research and development ecosystem. And we have 4 main pillars in the visions, and MIWA takes responsibility for the sustainability and essential needs for food scarcity, for food and water sustainability especially. So as Dr. Bender also mentioned to you that we have the MIWA sister entities in water sector. Each entity have a specific mandate in water sector. And we have we have defined 16 challenges and opportunities for water sector in supply and transmission and storage and distribution, and also for wastewater treatment and reuse, and also the demand for urban water consumption. So we have a strategy for the research and development deputyship at MIWA, starting by the system, the ecosystem steering. So we have the water mission under MIWA's custodianship that splits into 3 main objectives addressing the agriculture and water. So we need to decrease the withdrawal of non-renewable water resources by 90%, and also the cost of water production by 50% by 2035. And regarding also the agriculture, we need to develop techniques in food for sustainable and resilient food systems to achieve more than 50% self-efficiency by 2040. So to reduce the non-renewable groundwater consumption by 90% in agriculture, we need to increase irrigation and water use efficiency, and also substitute groundwater consumption with alternative sources, and also develop water efficient species through biotechnology. The second part is to enhance the linkages between the public and private sector and the ecosystem. So we saw that there is a challenge driven from the private sector, and also we need to increase the visibility across the research and development innovation partners. And we have the RDIA, it's the national, are responsible for the national strategy for immediate ecosystem-wide interventions. And we have the government across the board are shifting away from rigid PPPs towards an inclusive collaborative approach. So we have the opportunity-driven and challenge-driven that represent a shared opportunity to the kingdom to establish a multi-stakeholder platform to unite leaders for water ecosystem. So we need to bridge the gap between the private sector and public sector, especially when the academia and the private sector. So we have the challenges in the sector like energy reduction and water scarcity, water waste, and zero liquid discharge. And also we have great initiatives in the research and development, like RO technologies and AI detection, MOFs, mineral extraction. So we have this opportunity to, we need to spread the awareness and knowledge and localization and piloting. So we have this initiative, the water strip, that's gonna, it's like a water alliance that gathers all the research institutes and centers along the Red Sea. You can see here in the map, we have Watira, it's under the Saudi Water Authority, and we have Coast Research facilities, and also Cake, King Abdullah Economic City. And we have also the private sector, Viola, Aqua Power, and others. And so it happens that they locate within 40 kilometers in the close to the Red Sea. Also, we have Enua from NEOM and other entities. And also you are invited to also be part of this water strip. So the third part is to enhance the demand push by, we have the regulatory sandbox, and we're trying to pilot the advanced technologies from TRL 4 and above. So we have here 3 technologies that have been piloted, the smart leakage and solar desalination and greenhouse and energy positive wastewater treatment. And we can see the collaborative efforts that from the private and academia sectors, and also the semi-government and government sectors to implement those technologies. Last but not least is we need to the supply unlock and enhance the entrepreneurship ecosystem, and we need to that's why we came up with the Sahaba Accelerator Program. So we have a platform for the 3 sectors, actually, the agriculture and environment and water. So the one responsible for the water sector is Sahaba Accelerator Program. So Sahaba is a specialized program that focuses on building an entrepreneurship ecosystem in the water sector to enable entrepreneurs and also to investors to enter the industry and leverage their innovations and capital to accelerate growth and enhance efficiency. So the target technologies in water sector is water resources and desalination. Definitely, it's one of the huge issues. Definitely one of the huge, the main targets we're aiming for is desalination and production, and distribution and consumption, and also collection of treated water, and the reuse of wastewater treatment. With that, I would like to conclude and thank you all for your listening.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. The next presentation will be from a representative from Senegal, Mr. Amadou Goye. I'd like to welcome him to the podium. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je me présente, je m'appelle Seydou Ndiaye, je suis le représentant du Sénégal, spécialiste en aménagement, décentralisation et développement territorial. Je me permettrai juste à l'entame de mon propos de remercier la République islamique du Pakistan, de remercier comstech et l'ensemble des organisateurs de cet événement pour nous permettre de nous exprimer dans cette assemblée. Le seul problème auquel on a été confronté, c'est que des dispositions n'ont pas été prises pour qu'il y ait une traduction de l'ensemble des productions qui ont été de facture ici, malheureusement. Et nous suggérons que prochainement, lors des autres réunions, vraiment qu'une traduction dans les autres langues puisse se faire pour que nous puissions être au même niveau d'information. Sinon, dans l'ensemble de l'organisation a une mention honorable. Alors, quand nous parlons de la gestion des ressources en eau, c'est une question qui est prise à bras le corps par la République du Sénégal. Et cela s'est manifesté déjà par la mise en place d'un cadre législatif et réglementaire avec le Code de l'eau en 1981 déjà. L'autre aspect, c'est malgré les soubresauts institutionnels, l'État a toujours mis en place un ministère chargé de l'hydraulique. Et actuellement, pour une meilleure gestion de la ressource, nous avons un ministère de l'hydraulique et de l'assainissement. L'autre élément relatif à la gestion des ressources en eau, c'est que l'État a eu l'intelligence, à côté des organisations, à côté des structures d'adduction d'eau potable, de gestion de l'assainissement, de mettre en place une direction que l'on appelle, qui est appelée la DGPRE, la direction de la gestion et de la planification des ressources en eau, qui est chargée de mettre en place un réseau de mesures et d'observation sur l'ensemble du territoire national, de mener des études hydrologiques, hydrogéologiques, de mener la police de l'eau et bien d'autres activités. Et quand nous parlons de la gestion des ressources en eau au Sénégal, c'est un domaine qui est très large. Nous avons préféré simplement mettre l'accent sur 3 aspects. Le système de suivi mis en place avec la gestion des ressources en eau, quelques programmes qui ont été mis et développés par l'État du Sénégal, et enfin le domaine de l'hydrodiplomatie qui est actuellement assez développé. Quand nous parlons du suivi des ressources en eau, évoquons d'abord le potentiel mobilisable des ressources en eau pour le Sénégal. Lorsque nous parlons de ces eaux de surface, nous voyons que le Sénégal est bien irrigué, entouré par le fleuve Sénégal, au nord et à l'est.
Nous avons aussi le fleuve Gambie, qui a donné son nom à la Gambie, qui à l'intérieur du Sénégal. Et nous avons aussi le fleuve Casamance, le Kayanga Anamé, extra. À côté, nous avons de petites rivières, mais des rivières à écoulement intermittent. Alors, lorsque nous prenons le fleuve Sénégal, nous voyons que le potentiel mobilisable en mètres cubes par jour est estimé à 38 et quelques millions de mètres cubes. Le fleuve Gambie à 11 millions, le fleuve Casamance à 350 000 et le Kayanga Anambé à quelques 1370 mètres cubes par jour. Lorsque nous regardons le potentiel des eaux souterraines, qui est assez connu avec les différents aquifères que nous avons, les différents systèmes aquifères que nous avons, le système aquifère superficiel, le système aquifère intermédiaire, le système aquifère profond et le système du socle. Si nous prenons le système aquifère superficiel qui comprend le CT, le continental terminal, le quaternaire et l'oligomyocène, nous avons des réserves estimées entre 50 et 75 milliards de mètres cubes. Pour le système aquifère intermédiaire, l'Éocène et le Paléocène, nous avons des estimations entre 60 et 110 milliards de mètres cubes. Pour le système aquifère profond, c'est-à-dire le maastrichtien, les estimations sont estimées entre 300 et 400 milliards de mètres cubes. Pour le système aquifère du socle, qui est un tout petit peu vers le sud-est, c'est une zone de socle dont les estimations ne sont pas assez satisfaisantes. Ces ressources en eau qui sont identifiées ont besoin d'être suivies. Et il y a un système qui est mis en place, un système autant hydrologique qu'hydrogéologique. Lorsque nous regardons le système de suivi hydrologique, le Sénégal est divisé en des bassins. Nous avons le fleuve Gambie, dont nous avons parlé tout à l'heure. Nous avons le fleuve Sénégal. Nous avons plus au sud, nous avons la Casamance et nous avons le Kayanga Anambé. Ces grands bassins sont suivis par des lecteurs que nous avons mis en place. Il y a des lecteurs qui vont chaque jour sur le terrain lire les échelles limnimétriques et nous les envoyer au minimum 2 fois par jour. Et à côté de ces lecteurs qui sont sur le terrain, le Sénégal a mis un ensemble d'appareillages qui nous permet d'avoir des données par télétransmission. C'est l'exemple ici des 17 stations équipées de télétransmission de type écologue 800. Ce n'est pas la peine quand même que je me hasarde à faire le listing de l'ensemble de l'appareillage dont nous disposons pour ce système aquifère. Et aussi savoir que ce système est entretenu par des brigades hydrologiques ou bien des brigades des ressources en eau qui sont sur le terrain, à côté bien sûr de ces lecteurs au plus près de l'appareillage. Pour le système de suivi des ressources en eau souterraines, le Sénégal a été divisé en zones de suivi. Nous avons, par exemple, le Ferlo, nous avons le bassin arachidier, nous avons la zone de Casamance et nous avons la zone de la zone des Niayes. Et ce système de suivi fait que dans chaque zone, il y a autant en étiage qu'en crue des missions qui sont allées pour collecter les données. Et quand je dis en étiage et en crue, c'est un système simplement qui est mis en place pour ces zones-là. Par contre, il y a des zones où on note une certaine sensibilité. Il y a quelqu'un tout à l'heure qui l'a dit, le Sénégal est un pays qui est un tout petit peu en bordure de l'océan Atlantique. Et à côté de cet océan-là, nous risquons d'avoir des intrusions marines. Et dans ces zones-là, sensibles, voire très sensibles, il y a un système de suivi qui est mis en place de manière mensuelle. Et l'ensemble des données que nous collectons sont des données, des paramètres physico-chimiques, mais aussi des données chimiques. Et lorsque nous collectons ces données-là, comme vous le voyez sur la figure qui est un tout petit peu à droite, qui nous permettent de faire des modélisations pour mieux comprendre la ressource. Ici, dans cette figure-là, nous avons un tout petit peu cartographié la conductivité électrique à travers l'ensemble du pays. Le suivi de ces ressources en eau aussi induit aussi une certaine planification de ces ressources en eau. Quelqu'un l'a dit ce matin, nous avons suivi les injonctions ou bien les recommandations internationales avec la mise en place de la GIR, la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. Ce qui fait que le Sénégal a pris le territoire et l'a divisé en territoires de l'eau, comme on peut les appeler. Il y en a 5. Nous avons d'abord les UGP, les unités de gestion et de planification, qui sont au nombre de 5. Nous avons la vallée du fleuve Sénégal, le Sénégal oriental, la Casamance, le bassin arachidier et la région du Cap-Vert, qui, par rapport à sa spécificité, le capital du Sénégal était considéré comme un bassin hydrographique. Et à côté de ces sous-UGP, ces 5 sous-unités de gestion et de planification, on est allé même plus loin, on a encore découpé le Sénégal en suivant les petits bassins, et nous en avons ici 28, que l'on appelle des sous-unités de gestion. Et cette planification aussi a continué, on ne s'est pas arrêté simplement aux UGP, aux sous-UGP, on est même allé à une planification beaucoup plus territorialisée avec la prise en charge même des communes qui constituent les 550 et quelques communes du Sénégal. Et dans ce système de planification qui est mis en place, il y a 2 aspects. Il y a l'élaboration de documents de planification pour chaque territoire de l'eau. Si nous prenons le sommet, nous avons les UGP. L'État a mis en place des schémas directeurs d'aménagement et de gestion des ressources en eau. À l'échelle des UGP, il y a les plans de gestion des ressources en eau. Et à l'échelle même des communes plus territorialisées, l'État a mis en place des PLG, des plans locaux de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. Et concomitamment à l'élaboration de ces documents de planification-là, il y a la mise en place d'instances de gouvernance. À chaque échelle territoriale, il y a un cadre de concertation qui est mis en place. Je ne parle même pas du cadre de concertation sur l'eau qui a été institué par décret depuis 1998 avec le Conseil supérieur de l'eau. Il y a à côté les instances de gouvernance pour l'UGP, pour la sous-UGP et pour la commune. D'accord. Ce contrôle des ressources en eau aussi est exercé aussi par la police de l'eau. C'est l'ensemble des éléments, des techniques, de la législation et du personnel chargé de contrôler les aspects réglementaires et législatifs qui sont mis en place par l'État. Ce suivi aussi des ressources en eau aussi se fait aussi de manière collaborative avec les instituts que nous avons. Nous avons des instituts de recherche, nous avons des universités, et à travers des protocoles, à travers des conventions, l'État, ou bien la DGPRE même, la Direction de la gestion de la planification des ressources en eau, mène un suivi constant des ressources en eau et accueille même des fois des stagiaires de ces instituts. La connaissance de ces ressources en eau et leur planification permet à l'État de dérouler un ensemble de programmes. Ces programmes-là sont, par exemple, matérialisés par ce que nous avons ici, un schéma. Ce sont des schémas de transfert d'eau que nous appelons les autoroutes d'eau, où il ne s'agit pas simplement de prendre des eaux, mais c'est des eaux brutes que nous amenons dans des zones excédentaires vers des zones un petit peu déficitaires. Pour terminer avec l'aspect hydrodiplomatique, le Sénégal est leader dans le domaine. Je donne simplement quelques exemples. L'exemple, c'est depuis 1972, le Sénégal fait partie de l'OMVS et de l'OMVG et accueille même le siège au pays. Je vais faire fi un tout petit peu des autres éléments qui sont développés parce que, voilà. Simplement aller en perspective par rapport à l'hydrodiplomatie, ça me le permettrait. À partir du mois prochain, à partir du 3 mars déjà, le Sénégal va accueillir la présidence de l'AMCAO. Et à partir de 2025, cette année, c'est-à-dire au mois de décembre, le Sénégal aussi va organiser une réunion préparatoire de la conférence internationale sur l'eau. Et peut-être nous vous prions, peut-être pour ceux qui n'ont pas la disponibilité, d'assister à cette réunion. Ensuite, en 2026 aussi, le Sénégal aussi se prépare à accueillir, à co-organiser avec les Émirats arabes unis la conférence internationale des Nations unies sur l'eau. Et encore une fois, notre étaurons aussi votre présence à cette importante activité. Pour aller vite, je vais laisser le soin à mon collègue de faire la traduction de ce débat.
So we have a choice because we are running short of time that the notes he's taken the summary can be put on the WhatsApp group for the people. Because I know many people over here do understand French, but for the benefit of those who don't, then maybe we can use your summary. Is that okay? You're okay with that? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving swiftly on, really short of time, the delegate from Somalia, Abdul Shakur Abdul Qadir, who is the second counselor to the Somali mission to OIC in Jeddah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Honorable Justice, delegates, and esteemed colleagues, doctors, experts. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor and privilege to stand here today representing of Somalia at this important water research and development. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to committee for hosting this detailed gathering where we have come together to share knowledge, foster collaboration, and explore pressing challenges related to water management and sustainability. So Somalia is located in Africa, in particular in Horn of Africa. The area is they cooperate up 137 kilometers square, and the water resource they have rivers and groundwater. Population around 15 million. The religion is Islam, 100%. We have the introduction, definition of water, water research and development effort to improve water quality, stability and management practice tolerant to the unique challenge faced by Somalia. Second, importance of water resource. Water is critical for survival, agriculture, which is a major part of the economy, and livestock management. We have challenges in the water. We have small limited access, clear water, around 60% of the population lack of reliable access to safe drinking water. Second, political instability complicates infrastructure development and maintenance. We have focused in a key area of focusing. We make water resource assignment, mapping and assisting existing water resource, including surface water, groundwater, and rainwater harvesting system. Second, we have innovation technology development low cost water purification system to provide clean drink water, exploring salination technology to address water scarcity in coastal area. We have the current situation, states of water. We have two major points. One is access to clean water. For the thoughts of the population lack access to safe clean water. The urban areas have better access compared to rural regions. Source water scarcity is more safer. We have currently initiatives. We have three major NGO involvement. Various NGO are active in Somalia, working on water supply, sanitation, and hygiene wash program projects. Second, international collaboration, partnership with international research institutions to share knowledge and technology. Number three, government efforts. The Somali government is working to improve water governance and structure to national policy and strategy. We have finally the big, the only one program we have in WASH, water sanitation and hygiene. I think this is the main program we have in Somalia, and many countries are taking touching of the WASH. So this is the end. Thank you very much.
And I think coming to the end of a last presentation, end of a very interesting day. And Dr. Shanol, who is General Director, works as General Director of State Hydraulic Works, Deputy Head of Foreign Relations Department as well, from Turkey. Thank you very much.
His Excellencies, distinguished delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully greet you on behalf of my institution, State Hydraulic Work, and myself. In the last part of very productive two-day meeting, not bother you so much, I would like to give some brief information about the RD activities from DSI perspective in Turkey. Let me start with Turkey's water and land resources. Turkey is located in a semi-arid region in Mediterranean basin. Precipitation has uneven distribution varying between 250 between 2,500 millimeters, which the annual average precipitation around 574 millimeters. Countries in the world are classified according to the amount of usable fresh water per person per year. According to the index, Turkey is among the countries experiencing water stress. Similar to the world general, the agriculture sector is the leading water consuming sector with the rate of 77%. But it is expected to decrease to 64% with increasing pressurized irrigation system in the near future. Turkey's survey area is 78 million hectares. The arable land in Turkey is 28 million hectares. But the economically irrigated land is 8.5 million hectares. As end of the 2024, 7.22 million hectare land is equipped with irrigation facilities. I would like to give an information about my institution, which is responsible for the planning, development and operation and sustainable management of water resources. Here's a short film about DSI. It takes nearly 3.5 minutes. Yes, thanks so much. Shukriya. As you see on the film, I don't want to give so much detailed information about the DSI because of this is my chance. It is the last presentation of today. I want to talk about some part of RD activities on DSI. You see, we have a huge number of equipment and personnel. We have a headquarters in the capital city of Ankara. We have 21 technical departments in Ankara and 26 regional directorates throughout the Turkey. These are the river basins. We have 25 river basins. DSI works since 1950s in that 25 river basin. These are the activities which you saw on the film. Research and development activities of DSI are carried under the coordination of Technical Research and Quality Control Department within the scope of the Research and Development Directive. These are the laboratories. Let me take one. Sorry for waiting. I changed the. Can you open the website, please? I can't finish the paper. I forget it there. Burayı karıştırdım. There are 751 laboratories throughout Turkey, 9 of which are in the center and 25 in our regional directorates. These are some photographs, central laboratories. I would like to present some of RD projects that contribute to sustainability and some examples for natural-based solution. This is Artificial Cave for Bats project. In 2006, during the construction of Harran Dam, there exists a bat population in the Imboğazı Cave, which was submerged. A committee consists of universities, public organizations, and NGOs have been established to prevent the harm to bats. A similar cave conditions were created above the dam water level. The new cave was completed in 16 months, and the flora and fauna on the old cave floor were moved to the new cave, placing the same temperature and humidity conditions. As a result, both bats were survived with their natural conditions, and inhabitants were protected from the flood damages, as well as the farmers were provided with irrigation water. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for interrupting. Zebra mussel RD project. Zebra mussel cause problem in water bodies as they have a very high reproductive capacity from the form clustered by holding on there with their strong filaments. The RD project carried at the Atatürk Dam, which is the biggest dam in Turkey irrigation system in 2010. It has been determined that zebra mussels in the region have an average of 5 spawning periods per year. In the project, chlorination, anti-fluorine paint application, mechanical filtration, use of different pipe materials, complete evacuation of the system at the end of the season, and mechanical cleaning methods were tried. The most effective method is found to operate the dam at level where zebra mussels will not propagate and complete the drain and flush the irrigation network at the end of the season. Studies are still going on different irrigation networks. This is another RD project, Artificial Intelligence Powered Water Automation System. DSI R&D studies on agriculture irrigation have been taken one step further with artificial intelligence supported irrigation automation studies. Afyon Wastewater Treatment Plant Irrigation RD project. Within the scope of project using treated wastewater in irrigation, the water coming out the wastewater treatment plant will be treated to meet irrigation water quality after passing through the disinfection unit, which is a secondary treatment and will be used to irrigation nearly 800 hectares. The construction of irrigation facility has just been completed. Whether the water quality has reached the desired standard will be checked with daily analysis conducted in microbiological laboratory. Flood early warning system in Turkey. Turkey is among the most affected countries by climate change due to the location. In the scope, not only the water scarcity, but also the frequency of flood events increase. Within the RD studies, at 723 points throughout Turkey, establishment of observation studies for flood early warning system will be realized. Solar power point projects. In order to reduce the high energy cost in pumped irrigation, RD studies are being constructed on meeting the energy needs. The first RD study was installment of terrestrial solar power plant, which put into operation 2060 with the context of pump irrigation project. Following the successful pilot project, an RD study was initiated on floating solar energy system, which are just becoming widespread in the world. The work on establishing the floating solar energy system was completed last year. After the evaluation of environmental impacts, it will be widespread throughout the country. This is the Buffalo Lake Inflatable Weir RD project. Eels mostly live in a large river and lakes in the Aegean and Mediterranean region. They migrate to the Atlantic Ocean to swim. Their migration lasts nearly 2 years. They lay their eggs in deep waters in the Zaragoza Sea. Within the scope of inflatable weir project, the water level and water population analyses are carried out for Baffa Lake. The water level is regulated according to the amount of rainfall in the region. With the RD project, water diverted from Büyük Menderes River to the Lake Baffa in order to prevent the lake water level from falling during the summer season. Terra Lake Protection RD project, for the first time in Turkey, with a nature-based solution concept, a sedimentation tank was constructed to protect a lake covered with stone to make it harmonious with nature. Moreover, a barrier system to trap floating garbage in the tank and a fish passage to protect the living creatures have been constructed. The scientific results of RD studies carried out DSI are announced in various publications. And finally, as seen in the slide, Turkey has provided 1.85 million people with access to drinking water by opening 512 wells in 8 countries in Africa. In addition, Turkish government built the Amboseli Friendship Dam in Djibouti to protect the capital city from floods. Turkey is one of the countries that provide the most humanitarian aid in the world in the proportion of national income. It will contribute to provide technical and capacity support for access to safe and clean drinking water for all by 2030. Turkey shares experiences and best practices, support investments beyond its borders by the means, and develop international cooperation. This issue was also declared our country's commitment at the UN Water Summit. We will contribute to achieving SDG 6 target through increased international cooperation and assistance towards 2023. You can contact with us whenever you want. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of all the presentations. On a personal note, I'd just like to say that I've had a very interesting day, and it's been a very interesting 2 days, and I've enjoyed being a moderator. It's been great fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank our chair and the moderator for all the sessions today. And may I invite His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry and also His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Khokhar to please come forward on the stage so that we can begin our closing ceremony. I would also request Ms. Afia to please remain seated for the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank you for your patience and also for very significant contribution through your talks and presentation and question and answers. With the permission of His Excellencies, may I start the closing ceremony? So may I invite Ms. Afia Salam, Advisor, Hisar Foundation, to summarize the 2 days event for us.
Assalamu to our honored hosts, as well as all the guests who have been here. And these 2 days have been very, very interesting. It has been personally very educative for me. I've learned so much, and I can see so many opportunities. And it's very difficult to actually summarize all the things that we did, but let me just give some impressions of the conversations that went on and the takeaway from it. And, I can see the synergies that are there, that are present in this room, almost as a fraternity of faith. And there are so many similarities of issues and solutions that are present within the OIC. So this is, I think, the realization that we do have solutions within this fraternity. We do not actually need to look elsewhere because we are in one bubble and there's the unknown outside. The unknown meaning that we do not know how the others are going to react. We've seen how the world has responded to many of our very difficult problems. So it's best if we look inwards, because from what we have heard from everybody, we do have the solutions within our fraternity. There is a wealth of financial resources. There's R&D capacity. There's scientific and technical capabilities. There are so many proof of concepts which have been shared here. There are opportunities to scale them up. There is knowledge generation and sharing. Those are two very, very important fields, the technical capacity building as well as sharing. We always talk of transfer of technology, but also we need to have the knowledge sharing within this fraternity. We do also see, because of the faith that we belong to, the fraternity we belong to, similar behavior change challenges. There are the opportunities, so many countries, and I know in Pakistan. So, Dr. We mentioned that there are opportunities where we are using wastewater, treating wastewater, and yet there are these psychological, societal hesitance for using it, especially in crops, edible crops. So those are challenges which require some behavior change interventions, some investment into communication tools on how to reach those communities, how to convince them. of the benefits that they can derive from this. Very interestingly, there was this marketing gap that was pointed out, I think, by our friend from Qatar when they heard the presentation from our Turkey and the Malaysia participants. So there is so much technical skill that is here, and we've been buying even equipment, scientific equipment, as well as other equipment that is used for water resource management from countries like China, whereas our own, members here have those solutions. So I think that's a very big opportunity to capitalize on. The mention of having a mapping done of whatever is available, what we can offer to each other, resonated with many members here. So maybe you can have a proper SWOT analysis of OIC members, and that can actually throw up the solutions, which can be the way forward. And as far as how that will be managed, what kind of the governance structure within this platform that we have and which we need to activate, as you very rightly pointed out yesterday, Your Excellency. Maybe there can be some rotating responsibilities, who will head it, until when. Maybe there can be quarterly, there can be physical meetings as well as in the virtual space. So the channels of communications remain open. We do need resource rationalization because we have seen that there are duplications and then there are gaps. So we need to see how, those gaps can be filled, and there should not be any kind of a duplication of efforts, whether it's in building institutions or building solutions. And I think this, my takeaway from this is that here is an opportunity to use this forum to the best of our ability, capability, and for mutual benefit of the water sector of OIC. So I think this is what I will just close with. And thank you very much for giving me a chance to be here and interact with such wonderful people. And I hope we all remain in touch. We have that we will share whatever we have presented here on the WhatsApp group, so we can all, because time didn't allow for too many of questions and clarifications. So we will do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for summarizing. May I request His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry for his closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See, I'm absolutely amazed to see everyone close to 4:30 and listening all these very interesting, perhaps technically heavy presentations from various countries and experts. And that actually reflects your interest and your commitment towards a sector which is extremely important. It's very obvious, even to a non-technical person like me, who knows very little about water except drinking it or using it for other purposes, that it's certainly a sector which deserves the attention at various levels. First of all, let me express our gratitude and thanks to His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Khokar, Assistant Secretary of Science and Technology, OIC, for giving us the opportunity of hosting this wonderful gathering of experts and institutions. This is indeed a very important event. We call it watershed event, where we have learned and that we realize it's very important for us to intervene in various areas which are so crucially important for the socio-economic development. With wonderful presentations from various member states, it's very obvious that capacity exists within the OIC budget. So there is a dissymmetry. There are very high quality institutions, research institutions, and there are institutions which need a bit more help and handholding. But there is a willingness among all of us, among all of you, stakeholders, researchers, institutions, that we all wish to work together. I would also like to thank Misal Foundation for being a very important partner in this very exciting event, which has given us a lot of thoughts for future, and I'm sure that we'll be able to follow it up. One very important suggestion which came out of the discussion mentioned by Ms. Afia Islam, that mapping is very important. So what comstech would like to recommend in consultation and collaboration with OIC General Secretariat, ASG Office, that we need to work together with CESREC and INVODAP, which is a water research and development network that would like to have a comprehensive mapping of what exists, both in terms of human resources as well as institutional strength. And that is critically important because once we know what we have, then we'll be able to effectively utilize. Second, that we would really like to take a holistic approach, because as you have seen in last presentation, which was certainly not the least from Turkey, that they are not working on every aspect of it, not only for effective utilization as a clean water research, but also conservation, energy production, biodiversity, preservation, a whole range of it. And that actually reflects water as a whole body. And that is the reason why one water concept is very important. You know that UNEP, United Nations Environmental Protection Agency, is now working in a very different framework where all kinds of waters are treated as an asset. Either clean water or gray water or storm water or flood water or even wastewater. The concept of waste doesn't exist. Water, even if it is used, even it is a swear water, is not a wastewater because technologies exist which can convert every type of water into a usable water also. So it has to be taken as an asset. And I'm sure that the technologies which exist. However, it is very important that given the socioeconomic development ladder, which we all experience in OIC, the technologies have to be affordable and adoptable. And there, the research and development plays an extremely important role. With this, I would like to thank you all for coming to Islamabad. Kindly remember that this is your home. Comstech is an institution which is created with the single objective of the implementation of the resolution of OIC. And in fact, all OIC resolutions which are related to science, technology, health, and other sectors, Comstech is bound to implement them. And this is what really makes us critically important right at the center, that we work on ministerial level, institutional level, and individual level. You all are now alumni of Comstech. You being part of a larger family of Comstech alumni who have benefited from various activities, and that you all are through resources and strength of Comstech. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Ahmed Khokar, Assistant Secretary General, Science and Technology, OIC General Secretariat, for his remarks and also for adaptation of the recommendation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, Mr. Coordinator General, for your closing remarks. The first part is that recommendations of the 2 days workshop. All of you have been shared with the copies of the recommendations, which we have tried to capture the main themes discussed, raised during this 2 days event in various presentations. And one common point is that every participant, every country has something to offer. There are strong points. Of course, we have challenges, we have weaknesses, but we should look at what are the strengths. And then also we need to hold hand of those countries which are lagging behind. So that is where the responsibility lies with those countries who are in the lead. I'll mention briefly in Pakistan, Turkey, Malaysia, Bangladesh. They should come forward and offer whatever expertise they have to those countries who are still struggling. That is one point. So these recommendations have covered this point. And also this is the first meeting. And of course, we need to build on this foundation block. For me, it's satisfying to note that we have been late in conducting this workshop, but this has happened now. Just not wait for more 6-7 years to have the second meeting. That is where our role at the Secretariat, that we will try to push and make it a regular feature. where you as an expert will meet together again with a bigger participation so that those countries who could not make it, they should be able to join this platform and also share this information through this network also. Today, after the conclusion of this 2 days workshop, we are formally launching this network. Network is not a, you don't need to declare or make something a big, but you are the network. You are linked to each other, you are connected to each other. So that is where you use your email, WhatsApp group, and if you know those countries who have not been able to, bring them in and also share your experiences, observations in the students' workshop, and encourage them to participate in the next platform, which we hope that we will be able to host within 1 to 2 years. But first of all, we need to look at these recommendations and how we can implement these resolutions. What are the gaps which we will have? And then we need to fill in those gaps. So that is where, with your permission, with your endorsement, we will take this recommendations as adopted. And if you have any observation to share, please share it with the Secretariat. And we will, of course, include that in the final version, which will be uploaded and shared with all the participants, along with the report of the 2 days workshop, which I hope will be ready by next week. Within next week, we will have the report of the, along with the presentations, which will be available on comstech website. Okay, so that comstech will do that. Now, CISRIC has an important role to make it portal active and very friendly with the participants. And the institution based in Jordan, Dr. Marwan had to leave, but I think we will talk to him also that how this institute can now play the lead role for which it was established. They need to play that role for future engagement, for future networking, and all of us should support that initiative in our individual capacities, in your institutions. And if you think you will be leaving that institutions, please leave a note when the day you leave the institution, that this network of OIC countries is very important. And we need to build this collaboration within the OIC member state. We don't need to look at outsiders from non-OIC. We need to take support from other countries, build partnerships, collaboration. But first of all, what do we have inside? Let's share that. So that is my plea to you. And you are free to share your observations with ComSec, with CETSEC, with Environment, and with the OIC General Secretariat to guide us how we should take the next step. That is where we conclude this 2 days workshop with gratitude from the OIC General Secretariat with the host ComSec. And of course, I see Islamic Development Bank representative. It's also now your responsibility to play your role and dole out the financial part, which we look forward to, especially on this research and development. That is very important point because that will help the countries to build their internal capacity. Giving them equipment is not sufficient. We need to support them in their internal research so that they can lead their economies through the research and development. Thank you so much. We conclude this workshop. We have this certificate distribution also. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your kind remarks and concluding the session. May I request you to please go downstairs and so we can distribute certificate of participation to our participants. So may I first call upon Dr. Bandar Al-Otabi from Saudi Arabia to please receive his certificate. Dr. Maha Al-Juhani, please receive your certificate. Dr. Maha Al-Juhani. Muhammad Abdullah Mamoon from Bangladesh. Muhammad Aulad Hussain from Bangladesh. Mr. Baga. Mr. Mr. Baba Dia. Muhammadu Haman from Cameroon. Do we have Muhammadu Haman from Cameroon? Mr. Hamidou from Cameroon, please. Miss Barbara from Cameroon, do we have her here? Barbara, Miss Barbara Kevin from Cameroon. Ahmed Mustafa Al-Balasai from Egypt, please. Muhammad Sabri Ibrahim. Al-Karam Muhammad Sabri Ibrahim. Khadim Ubaid. Do we have Khadim Ubaid here? No. Khadim Ubaid? No. Okay. Usman Amadou? No? Okay. Khaldoon Shatanawi from Jordan. Abdulaziz Hajaji. Adnan Akbar. Yahya from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Yahya. Professor Dr. Yahya. Dr. Rashida from Morocco. Dr. Sandau Isofo. Dr. Ishaq Nasser from Oman. Dr. Ali Muhtashami from Oman. Dr. Sabuhi Samhan from Palestine. Kashif Rasul from Qatar. Mr. Osenau. Mr. Osenau. Mr. Abdul Shakur from Somalia. Abdul Shakur. Mustafa Sarkaya from SUN. Alia Sharafi from SESREC. Dr. Asad Sarwar Qureshi from ICBA. Asad Sarwar. Muhammad Ali Yazdani from Islamic Development Bank. Harun Khan, Dr. Harun Khan. Ahmad Rafi Alam. Do we have Ahmad Rafi Alam here? Okay. Ms. Afia Salam. Madam, thank you very much for your contribution. Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr. Do we have Dr. Sayyid Imran Ahmad? Sayyid Imran Ahmad. From Indonesian Embassy, we have, do we have Mr. Rahmat here? No? Mr. Ferry, please. Welcome, Mr. Ferry. He was the one representing Indonesia for this meeting. Last but not the least, may I request Ms. Gaida to please come and take her certificate, because she has been with us, has been the organizer of this event, has been the participant. Do you need certificate? Certificate. Okay, may I also may I invite Sayyid Muhammad Askari, who has been working as a journalist and also as a participant for this event. Sayyid Safdar Abbas Rizvi, please come and get your certificates. May I invite Mr. Taimur to come? Just the last one. With this, we come to the end of our event. Thank you very much, everybody. And please clap yourself for attending this event. And I hope you had a great time in Comstech in Islamabad. May I invite you all to please come downstairs for a group photo, please. For what? I get my certificate. Yes. When-
इधर आ जाए आगे आ जाओ आगे आ जाओ इधर आओ आ जाओ आज आज इधर आज 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 आ जाओ Yeah. Just a photo for me. Just a